She said yes once. It nearly destroyed her. Carrie Donovan wakes up 3 years in the past, on the very day her wealthy boyfriend Tyler Sorinas proposed. But this time, she refuses. She's lived the life that follows, and it ended in betrayal, heartbreak, and a murder she didn't commit. Now, given a second chance, Carrie is determined to stop the future from unfolding the way it did before. To do that, she must reach the one man her ex is desperate to eliminate: billionaire CEO Wyatt Sorinas. But fate intervenes in a twist she never saw coming. This time, she won't play by anyone else's rules. This time, she's rewriting everything. Love Rewritten. A billionaire romance. Written by Tracy Tegan.
Chapter 1. Awakening. I wake with a gasp, my heart thundering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The morning light filters through sheer curtains I haven't seen in years, casting a familiar pattern across a room that shouldn't exist anymore. My fingers clutch at soft cotton sheets, the same pale blue set I'd owned before moving into Tyler's penthouse. The disorientation is immediate and overwhelming. I sit up, my vision swimming as I take in surroundings that belong to another life. The small nightstand with the chipped corner, the stack of dog-eared paperbacks I'd eventually donated, the framed photo of my college graduation. "This isn't possible," I whisper, my voice strange and hollow in the quiet room. When my gaze drops to my body, a sound escapes me, half laugh, half sob. I'm wearing that dress. The sleeveless navy blue silk with the sweetheart neckline that Tyler had once said brought out the color of my eyes. The dress I'd carefully selected 3 years ago for our anniversary dinner, not knowing he planned to propose. With trembling fingers, I reach for my phone on the nightstand. The date glows accusingly. May 15th, 2022. 3 years ago. Today. My bedroom door flies open, and my sister Melody bursts in, her expression a mixture of excitement and impatience. She looks younger, no highlights in her hair, no engagement ring on her finger.
"Carrie, what are you still doing in bed? Tyler's picking you up in an hour, and you haven't even done your makeup yet."
She strides to my closet, rummaging through hangers.
"Mom's been calling you. Why haven't you answered?"
I can only stare at her, my mind racing with impossible possibilities. Time travel? A dream? Psychotic break? But everything is too vivid, too precise. The faint scent of the lavender sachets I used to keep in my dresser, the distant sound of the neighbor's wind chimes, the exact pattern of freckles across Melody's nose. "Mel," I manage, my voice barely audible. "What's the date today?" She rolls her eyes, tossing a pair of heels onto the bed.
"Seriously? It's your 3-year anniversary with Tyler. The one you've been talking about nonstop for weeks? The dinner at Laveau?"
Laveau. The upscale French restaurant where Tyler had gotten down on one knee after dessert, presenting a diamond ring that had felt impossibly heavy on my finger. Where I'd said yes because everyone expected me to, because refusing the heir to the Sorinas fortune was unthinkable. Where I'd set in motion the worst mistake of my life. My stomach lurches, and I press a hand to my mouth. Memories crash through me in chaotic waves, our lavish wedding 6 months later, moving into the Sorinas mansion, the gradual revelation of Tyler's true nature, his escalating cruelty, his affair with his father's assistant, and then the nightmare that followed, Tyler poisoning his uncle Wyatt, the reclusive CEO of Sorinas Group, for control of the company. Tyler manipulating evidence to frame me for the murder when investigators started asking questions. The terror of realizing the man I'd married was a murderer who planned to sacrifice me to save himself. "I can't do this," I whisper, my voice breaking.
"What can't you do?"
Melody frowns, hands on her hips.
"Carrie, what's wrong with you? This is the biggest night of your life. Tyler's going to propose."
"How do you know that?" I snap, suddenly alert. Her eyes widen, and she claps a hand over her mouth.
Oh God, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Mom's going to kill me. Just act surprised, okay?
A cold certainty settles over me. Somehow, impossibly, I've been given a second chance. I don't understand how or why, but I know what I need to do. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, the cool hardwood floor beneath my feet grounding me. Mel, I need you to leave.
But
Please, I need to get ready alone. After she reluctantly closes the door behind her, I stand at the window, staring out at the spring morning. The cherry tree in the front yard is in full bloom, its delicate pink blossoms dancing in the gentle breeze, a snapshot of perfection from a life that went so horribly wrong. The memories continue to flood back, sharper now. Tyler's jealous rages, the way he isolated me from friends, and then the horror of finding Wyatt collapsed in his study, Tyler's calculated grief, and the slow, terrifying realization that the poison had been purchased with my credit card. I'd been trapped, facing a murder charge, when Tyler offered me a devil's bargain. Take the blame, plead temporary insanity, and he'd make sure I served a minimal sentence in a comfortable facility. Refuse, and he'd ensure I spent life in prison. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. I never had to make that choice because fate intervened in the cruelest way. A car accident on my way to meet my lawyer. I remember the screeching tires, the blinding headlights, the sickening impact. Then waking up here, now, before it all began. My breath fogs the glass as determination rises within me. I won't make the same mistakes again. I won't marry Tyler Sorinas. I won't let him murder his uncle. I won't let him destroy my life. But first, I have to get through tonight. The restaurant is exactly as I remember it. Intimate lighting, crisp white tablecloths, waiters who move like shadows between the tables. Tyler sits across from me, devastatingly handsome in his tailored navy suit that probably cost more than 3 months of my salary. His dark hair is perfectly styled, his smile calculated to display exactly the right amount of charm. How did I never see the coldness in his eyes before?
"You've been quiet tonight,"
he says, reaching across the table to take my hand. His fingers are warm and dry against mine, his touch familiar yet now repulsive.
"Are you feeling all right?"
I force a smile, just a little tired. Work has been crazy. He nods sympathetically, though I know he doesn't truly care about my part-time job as a graphic designer. To Tyler, my career has always been a cute little hobby to keep me occupied until I could take my rightful place as a Serena's wife, planning charity galas and looking decorative at business functions.
"Well, I have something that might wake you up."
His eyes glint with anticipation as he signals discreetly to the waiter. My heart pounds painfully against my ribs as the waiter arrives with champagne. This is it, the moment that changed everything. Tyler raises his glass.
"To us, 3 amazing years and hopefully many more to come."
I lift my glass mechanically, the crystal cool against my palm. The champagne tastes like nothing. As we set our glasses down, Tyler reaches into his jacket pocket.
"Carrie, these past 3 years have been the best of my life. You're everything I've ever wanted in a partner. Beautiful, supportive, understanding."
He slides from his chair onto one knee beside the table, and I feel the restaurant quieting around us as other diners notice what's happening. A familiar small velvet box appears in his hand.
"I want to spend the rest of my life with you."
He opens the box, revealing the enormous princess-cut diamond that once dazzled me with its brilliance. Now I see only cold, hard clarity.
"Carrie Donovan, will you marry me?"
Time seems to stop. In the hushed restaurant, I can hear the soft clink of silverware, distant kitchen noises, the almost imperceptible intake of breath from nearby tables. Tyler's expectant smile doesn't reach his eyes. Those eyes that I now know are capable of watching life drain from someone he claims to love. I think of my family's reaction the first time around, their unbridled joy at the prospect of being connected to the Serena's fortune and influence. My mother's barely concealed triumph, my father's sudden interest in my life choices, Melody's envious congratulations. I think of Uncle Wyatt, reclusive, brilliant, kind in the few interactions we'd had, dead on his study floor, betrayed by his own blood. I think of my own broken self, desperately trying to prove my innocence with no one believing me, no one on my side. No, I say softly. Tyler's smile freezes. What? I clear my throat and speak louder, more firmly. No, Tyler, I won't marry you. His expression shifts, confusion giving way to disbelief, then to something darker. Around us, I sense rather than see the uncomfortable shifting of the other diners, the awkward aversion of eyes.
This isn't funny, Carrie.
He says, his voice low, dangerous. I'm not trying to be funny. I place my napkin carefully on the table and stand, surprising myself with how steady I feel. I'm sorry, but I can't marry you. We want different things from life. His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist with bruising force.
Sit down,
He hisses.
You're embarrassing me.
I look down at his fingers digging into my skin, then meet his gaze directly. Let go of me. Now. Something in my voice must convince him because he releases me, though his eyes burn with humiliation and rage.
You'll regret this,
He says quietly. No, I reply with a certainty that comes from having lived through the alternative. I really won't. I walk away from the table, from Tyler, from the life that nearly destroyed me. My steps are measured, deliberate, carrying me through the restaurant and out into the cool evening air. Only then do I allow myself to tremble, leaning against the brick wall of the building as relief and terror war within me. I've changed the timeline. I've saved myself from marrying Tyler, but I've also made a powerful enemy of a man I know is capable of murder. And now, somehow, I need to save Wyatt Sorinas, a man I barely know, who has no reason to trust me. You did what? My mother's shriek resonates through our family home, her face contorted with shock and fury. It's the following morning, and I've just told my parents about turning down Tyler's proposal. I knew this confrontation was coming. I'd ignored 23 calls and 37 text messages after leaving the restaurant last night, but that doesn't make it any easier. I said no, I repeat calmly, though my insides are churning. I don't want to marry him.
Have you lost your mind?
My father paces the living room, his voice rising with each word.
Do you have any idea what you've thrown away, the Sorinas family, one of the wealthiest families in the country?
This isn't about money. My mother laughs, a brittle, ugly sound. Of course it's about money. What else could possibly matter? Love? She spits the word like it's obscene. Love doesn't pay bills, Carrie. Love doesn't secure your future. I look at her, really look at her, and see the desperation beneath her anger. My mother, who married my father expecting a better life than her own parents had, only to spend decades pinching pennies and watching her dreams shrivel. She'd pinned all her hopes on me marrying well, elevating the entire family through my connection to the Sorinas' fortune. I would have been miserable, I say quietly.
Miserable?
My father scoffs.
In a mansion, with unlimited money and status. Poor you.
The contempt in his voice shouldn't hurt after all this time, but it does. Tyler isn't who you think he is. He's the nephew and heir of Wyatt Sorinas, my mother says, as if that's the only identity that matters. He was your ticket out of mediocrity. Our ticket. And there it is, the naked truth I was too blind to see the first time around. To my family, I was never more than a vehicle for their ambitions, a pretty face that could potentially charm its way into wealth. I'm sorry I disappointed you, I say, rising from the sofa, but my decision is final. My father steps closer, his face flushed with anger.
If you walk away from this opportunity, you're no daughter of mine, do you understand? You will be cut off completely.
The words should devastate me. 3 years ago, they would have. But now I feel only a dull ache of recognition. This man was never truly in my corner, never truly loved me for myself. I understand, I say steadily. My mother begins to cry, dramatic sobs that once would have manipulated me into compliance. How could you do this to us? After everything we've sacrificed for you. I pick up my purse, already packed with the few essentials I'd gathered this morning. I'll be back for the rest of my things later this week.
Don't bother.
My father says coldly.
Whatever you leave behind goes in the trash.
I nod, absorbing the finality of this rupture. As I walk to the door, Melody appears at the top of the stairs, her expression conflicted. For a moment, I think she might speak up in my defense, but she merely watches silently as I leave, closing the door softly behind me. Outside, the spring sunshine feels incongruously bright. Birds sing in the cherry tree, oblivious to the family fracturing inside the house. I walk to my car, my old reliable Honda, and slide behind the wheel. Only then do I allow the tears to come, hot and fast, streaming down my face as I press my forehead against the steering wheel. I'm grieving not just for the family I've lost today, but for the years of subtle manipulation and conditional love that I never fully recognized until now. When the storm passes, I wipe my face and start the engine. I have nowhere specific to go, no plan beyond the immediate need to escape Tyler and my family. But as I pull away from the curb, a strange sense of lightness begins to build within me. I'm alone, yes. Starting over with nothing, yes. But I'm also free. Free from Tyler's eventual cruelty, free from my family's smothering expectations, free from the fate that once claimed my life. And I still have a chance to save Wyatt Sorinas. I don't know how I'll reach him. One of the most reclusive billionaires in the country, a man who rarely appears in public and is protected by layers of security. I don't know if he'll believe my impossible story, even if I do reach him, but I have to try. As I drive toward an uncertain future, one thought sustains me. I've been given a second chance. This time, I won't waste it. Chapter 2. Determined to change fate. The morning light filters through unfamiliar curtains, casting mottled shadows across a room that isn't mine. I blink, momentarily disoriented until I remember where I am. Daisy's spare bedroom, my temporary sanctuary. It's been 3 days since I walked away from Tyler's proposal and my family's ultimatum. 3 days of starting over. I stretch beneath the thin blanket, my body aching from the unfamiliar mattress. The air carries the faint scent of coffee and cinnamon. Daisy must be up already, probably baking something. My stomach growls in response, reminding me that I barely touched dinner last night. Through the half-open window, I hear the rhythmic percussion of rain against the fire escape, the distant rumble of early morning traffic, the occasional horn blaring. City sounds that once annoyed me now feel like a lullaby of normalcy, of life continuing despite everything that's changed. When I finally drag myself from bed, I catch my reflection in the dresser mirror, hair tangled, eyes shadowed with exhaustion, wearing one of Daisy's oversized t-shirts. I hardly recognize myself. The polished, carefully maintained version of Carrie that Tyler had cultivated is already fading away. Good.
There she is.
Daisy looks up from her laptop at the kitchen table as I shuffle in. Her curly hair is piled in a messy bun, her glasses slightly askew. The small apartment smells heavenly. Cinnamon rolls fresh from the oven, cool on a rack by the stove.
I was beginning to think you'd sleep all day.
What time is it? I ask, dropping into a chair across from her.
Almost 10.
She pushes a mug of coffee toward me.
You needed the rest.
I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic, inhaling the rich aroma. Thanks for letting me crash here. I know it's not ideal.
Stop.
Daisy holds up a hand.
We've been best friends since freshman year. My home is your home for as long as you need it. No more apologies.
Her unconditional support brings a lump to my throat. In my previous life, after marrying Tyler, I'd let our friendship fade, partly due to his subtle manipulation, partly due to my own embarrassment as I realized the man I'd married wasn't who I thought. By the time everything fell apart, I'd been too ashamed to reach out to her. "I've been thinking," I say after taking a sip of coffee. "I need to find a job. Like, immediately."
Ahead of you there?
Daisy turns her laptop toward me.
The marketing agency my sister sometimes freelances for is looking for a graphic designer. The pay isn't amazing, but it's steady work, and the creative director is actually human, unlike that soul-sucking place you worked before.
I scan the job posting, hope flickering to life within me. This looks perfect. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. You still need to nail the interview.
She grins, pushing her glasses up her nose.
But with your portfolio, I think you've got a solid shot.
As I read through the details of the position, a familiar anxiety knots in my stomach. This isn't just about finding work, it's about reclaiming independence, rebuilding my life from scratch. In my previous timeline, I'd eventually given up my career entirely to become the perfect Sorinas wife. The thought of returning to creative work both thrills and terrifies me. "I'll need to update my portfolio," I murmur, mental lists already forming. "And probably get some new clothes for the interview. Most of my stuff is still at my parents' house, and they made it pretty clear I shouldn't come back for it." Daisy's expression darkens.
Your parents are being complete assholes about this whole thing. I still can't believe they're taking Tyler's side.
"They're not taking his side," I say, staring into my coffee. "They're taking the side of what he represents. Money, status, security, things they've always wanted and never had."
That doesn't excuse cutting off their own daughter.
"No," I agree quietly, "it doesn't." We sit in silence for a moment, rain pattering against the windows. I haven't told Daisy everything. How could I explain that I've lived through 3 years that haven't happened yet? That I know Tyler will murder his uncle for control of the family company? That in another life, I ended up framed for that murder, then died before I could clear my name? Some truths are too impossible to share, even with your best friend.
You don't seem as devastated as I'd expect.
Daisy observes, studying me over the rim of her mug.
About Tyler, I mean. You were together for 3 years.
I choose my words carefully. I think part of me has known for a while that we weren't right for each other. When he proposed, it just crystallized everything.
Fair enough.
She doesn't look entirely convinced, but doesn't press further.
So, job first, then apartment hunting?
Yes, I nod, grateful for the practical focus. Though I have basically no savings, so it'll have to be something really cheap.
What about your emergency fund, the one you've been squirreling away since college?
I blink, memories rearranging themselves. My emergency fund. I'd forgotten about that, a savings account I'd kept secret from everyone, even Tyler. In my previous life, I'd eventually used it for a weekend getaway, an attempt to salvage our failing marriage after discovering Tyler's first affair. It's not much, I say, hope rising. Maybe enough for a security deposit and first month's rent on a tiny studio somewhere.
That's a start.
Daisy stands, stretching.
Now, eat a cinnamon roll before they get cold. We've got a portfolio to update.
As we work side by side at her kitchen table, polishing my design samples and crafting a compelling resume, I find my thoughts continually drifting to Wyatt Sorinas. In this timeline, he's still alive, still running the massive technology corporation that bears his family name, still unknowingly in danger from his own nephew. I need to warn him. But how? Wyatt is famously reclusive, rarely seen in public and protected by layers of security and gatekeepers. In my previous life, I'd met him only a handful of times at family functions, where he'd been polite but distant. I'd glimpsed a different side of him just once, at a holiday gathering where I'd found him alone in the library, reading poetry instead of mingling with guests. We'd had a brief, surprisingly genuine conversation about books before Tyler interrupted, pulling me away with a possessive hand on my arm. That memory gives me an idea. Daisy, I say suddenly, do you still have that friend who works at the Sorinas Group headquarters, the one in HR? She looks up, surprised.
Jen? Yeah, we still grab drinks sometimes. Why?
I was wondering what she thinks of Wyatt Sorinas. Does she ever see him? What's he like as a boss? Daisy's eyebrows rise.
Random question. Why the sudden interest in your ex's uncle?
Just curious. I try to sound casual. Everyone talks about what a recluse he is, but he must interact with his employees sometimes, right?
According to Jen, he's actually pretty decent to work for. Demanding, but fair. She says he knows the names of the cleaning staff and remembers people's birthdays.
Daisy tilts her head, studying me.
She also says he's rarely at headquarters, works mostly from his private estate outside the city.
I nod, absorbing this information. An estate outside the city, even more isolated, more difficult to access than the corporate headquarters.
Anyway,
Daisy continues, returning to my portfolio.
I wouldn't waste mental energy on the Sorinas family if I were you. Clean break, remember.
Right, I agree. But my mind is already racing with possibilities and problems. How do I reach a man who purposely makes himself unreachable? How do I convince him that his nephew plans to murder him for control of the company? How do I explain that I know this because I've already lived through it in another timeline? It seems impossible, but I have to try. The marketing agency offers me the job. It happens faster than I expected. Portfolio review on Tuesday, interview on Thursday, job offer on Friday. By Monday morning, I'm at a desk in a bright, open-plan office with exposed brick walls and large windows overlooking the city. My starting salary is modest, but it's enough to cover the basics and start rebuilding my independence. I throw myself into the work, grateful for the creative challenges and the normalcy of office routines. Each completed project, each approved design, feels like reclaiming a piece of myself, the self I'd slowly sacrificed during my relationship with Tyler. Meanwhile, I'm still sleeping on Daisy's couch in her tiny apartment. The building is old, the plumbing unreliable, and the neighbors sometimes loud, but it still feels like home, at least for now, until I can afford my own. But beneath this veneer of rebuilding, my thoughts constantly circle back to Wyatt Sorinas and the fate that awaits him if I can't intervene. I've been researching, gathering every scrap of public information about him. There isn't much. Wyatt guards his privacy fiercely. The few available photos show a tall, stern-faced man with silver-streaked dark hair and intense eyes that remind me uncomfortably of Tyler's. Unlike his nephew, however, Wyatt's gaze holds intelligence without cruelty, authority without entitlement. Articles describe him as brilliant, innovative, occasionally ruthless in business but ethical in his practices. He's never married, has no children. The company is his life, the company that Tyler will kill him to control. In my previous timeline, it happened more than a year from now, after our lavish wedding took place. A heart attack, Tyler had claimed initially, his grief picture-perfect for the press. Only later, when questions arose about certain discrepancies in Wyatt's medical history, did the investigation shift toward poisoning. And by then, the evidence Tyler had carefully manufactured pointed directly at me. 1 year. That's the timeline I'm working with. 8 months to somehow reach Wyatt Sorinas and convince him that his nephew is planning his murder. I've considered countless approaches. Anonymous letters or emails would likely never reach him, filtered out by assistants or security as potential threats. Going through official channels, requesting a meeting as a former almost family member, would alert Tyler to my intentions. Attempting to breach security at either the corporate headquarters or his private estate would only result in my arrest. Each scenario ends in failure, in disbelief, in me dismissed as unstable or vindictive after being rejected by Tyler. Time is passing, and I'm no closer to a solution.
You've been distracted all week.
Daisy observes as we share takeout one evening.
Is it Tyler? Or the job? Or family stuff?
I pick at my pad thai, appetite absent. A bit of everything, I guess.
Have you heard from them? Your parents?
No. The single word holds volumes of hurt that I'm still learning to process. I tried calling once. Mom hung up on me. Daisy curses under her breath.
I'm sorry. They'll come around eventually.
I don't tell her that in my previous timeline, they never did. Not even when I was facing murder charges. Not even when I reached out desperately for help. To them, rejecting the Sorinas' fortune was an unforgivable betrayal.
What about Tyler?
She asks cautiously.
Any contact?
No, thankfully. I set down my fork, giving up the pretense of eating. Though I keep expecting him to show up or call. He doesn't handle rejection well. That's an understatement. In my previous life, his proposal had been less a question than a formality, the next predetermined step in our relationship. My acceptance had been assumed, my compliance expected. I wonder sometimes what might have happened if I'd found the courage to say no the first time around.
Well, if he does, you've got a restraining order on speed dial.
Daisy says fiercely.
And me. You've always got me.
Her loyalty brings a lump to my throat. I know. Thank you. Later, I stand at the apartment window, looking out at the city lights glimmering through a light rain. Somewhere out there is Wyatt Sorinas, unaware of the danger circling him. Somewhere out there is Tyler, perhaps already laying the groundwork for his plan. I press my forehead against the cool glass, frustration and determination warring within me. There has to be a way to reach Wyatt, to make him believe me. The solution comes to me the next morning, sudden and obvious. Public events, speaking engagements. The rare occasions when Wyatt Sorinas emerges from seclusion to fulfill obligations that can't be delegated or avoided. I spend my lunch break researching frantically, scrolling through business journals and tech publications. It takes hours, but finally I find it. An announcement for the annual Sorinas Group Charity Gala, scheduled for 2 weeks from now. According to the article, Wyatt Sorinas always attends this event, giving a brief speech before retreating from the social festivities. My heart races as I read the details. The gala is held at the company's downtown headquarters, with tickets starting at $5,000 per person, far beyond my current means. But the article mentions something else. A small team of additional serving staff hired for the evening through an outside catering company. A way in. I spend the rest of the day alternating between work tasks and quietly researching the catering company mentioned in the article. Elite Events Catering, specializing in high-end corporate functions. By evening, I've sent them an email inquiring about temporary work opportunities, crafting a resume that emphasizes the food service jobs I worked during college. It's a long shot, but it's the only shot I have. To my surprise, they respond the next day. They're indeed hiring additional servers for the Sorinas Gala. The pay is excellent for a single night's work. The interview is scheduled for the following afternoon. I call in sick to work, spend hours preparing answers to potential questions, and show up at the catering company's offices dressed in the only professional outfit I managed to salvage before my parents disposed of my belongings. The interview goes smoothly. They're clearly in need of experienced staff and don't probe too deeply into my background. By the end of the day, I'm hired, with instructions to report for training the day before the gala. That night, I sit on my small balcony, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. For the first time since waking up in this second chance at life, I feel a spark of genuine hope. In 2 weeks, I'll be in the same room as Wyatt Sorinas. I'll have a chance, however brief, however risky, to deliver my warning. Of course, Tyler will likely be there too. The thought sends a chill through me despite the warm evening. I haven't seen him since that night at the restaurant, haven't heard from him at all. the silence is more unnerving than outright hostility would be. I know Tyler too well to believe he's simply accepted my rejection and moved on. He's plotting something, if not against me, then certainly against his uncle. In my previous timeline, I never saw the danger until it was too late. This time, I'm watching for it, anticipating it. This time, I won't be caught unprepared. As darkness falls, I close my eyes and allow myself to imagine success, finding a private moment with Wyatt, somehow making him believe my impossible warning, preventing the murder that destroyed so many lives, including my own. Then I imagine failure, being dismissed as crazy, thrown out of the gala, perhaps even arrested, or worse, alerting Tyler to my intentions before I can reach his uncle. The risks are enormous, but the alternative, doing nothing, letting events unfold as they did before, is unthinkable. In 2 weeks, I'll come face to face with the man I'm trying to save. Whether he believes me or not, whether I succeed or fail, at least I'll know I tried. I'll know I didn't waste my second chance. The training session the day before the gala is rigorous. Elite Events runs through every detail with military precision, from the exact distance between place settings to the choreographed service routine. We practice carrying trays loaded with water-filled glasses, maintaining perfect posture, reciting the evening's menu with appropriate pronunciation of French culinary terms. I absorb it all with intense focus, determined not to give anyone reason to question my presence or my competence. My fellow temporary servers are a mixed group: struggling actors, graduate students, people working multiple jobs to make ends meet. None of them know my real purpose for being here, and I keep conversation minimal, afraid of revealing too much. By the end of the day, my feet ache and my head throbs with information overload, but I've passed muster. Tomorrow evening, I'll don the uniform, black trousers, white button-down shirt, black bow tie, and enter Sorinas Group headquarters as an invisible server, hopefully forgettable enough to move through the crowd unnoticed until the moment I need to be seen. Back in my apartment, I lay out my uniform, checking for any imperfections. Then I sit at my small kitchen table with a notebook, drafting and redrafting what I might say to Wyatt if I get the chance. How do you tell someone that their nephew plans to murder them? How do you explain that you know this because you've already lived through it in another timeline? How do you make someone believe the unbelievable? Every version I write sounds insane, even to me. Eventually, I give up, crumpling the paper and tossing it into the trash. When the moment comes, I'll have to trust my instincts, speak from the heart, and hope that something in my words or my desperation will reach him. Sleep eludes me that night. I toss restlessly, haunted by memories from my previous life. Tyler's face when he realized investigators were questioning the narrative of his uncle's heart attack. The cold calculation in his eyes when he suggested I take the blame. The terror of knowing the man I'd married was capable of murder and willing to sacrifice me to protect himself. When dawn finally breaks, I rise exhausted but resolute. Today, I take the first real step toward changing fate. Today, I try to save Wyatt Sorinas. Chapter 3: Unintended Encounter. The Sorinas Group headquarters looms before me, a gleaming monolith of glass and steel stretching toward the evening sky. Floodlights illuminate its facade, transforming the already imposing structure into something almost ethereal against the darkening horizon. A steady stream of black cars disgorges elegantly dressed attendees at the main entrance, where red carpet unfurls like a crimson tongue. I stand across the street, clutching my server's uniform in a garment bag, watching. My heart thunders against my ribs, each beat a reminder of what's at stake. Somewhere inside that building, preparations for the gala are underway. Somewhere inside, I'll find Wyatt Sorinas and possibly Tyler. The thought of seeing Tyler again sends a cold ripple through me. I haven't caught even a glimpse of him since that night at the restaurant, though his presence has haunted my dreams. In my previous life, I never truly saw the darkness within him until it was too late. Now, knowing what he's capable of, The prospect of facing him terrifies me. A horn blares nearby, startling me from my thoughts. I check my watch, 5:30 p.m. I need to report to the service entrance by 5:45. Taking a deep breath, I cross the street, angling away from the main entrance toward the side of the building. The service area buzzes with activity, catering vans unloading, staff in various uniforms hurrying in and out, security personnel checking credentials. I join a cluster of people in civilian clothes that I recognize from yesterday's training, all clutching similar garment bags.
Cutting it close,
Murmurs a woman beside me. Her name tag reads Vanessa. I vaguely remember her from training, an aspiring actress working catering gigs between auditions. Traffic, I lie, offering a tight smile. We file through security, presenting the temporary ID badges issued during training. My pulse quickens as the guard scrutinizes my credentials, but he merely nods and waves me through. Inside, we're directed to a staff-changing area, a repurposed conference room with portable partitions creating makeshift dressing spaces. I change quickly, hands trembling slightly as I button the crisp white shirt, adjust the bow tie, smooth the black trousers. The uniform fits well enough, though the shoes pinch uncomfortably. I stow my belongings in an assigned locker, keeping only my ID badge. Our supervisor, a harried woman named Monica, gathers us for final instructions. The gala occupies the entire 52nd floor, the executive level. Guests will begin arriving at 7 p.m. Wyatt Sorinas will make his appearance at 8:30 p.m., give a speech at 9 p.m., and likely depart shortly afterward. That gives me a narrow window of opportunity.
Remember,
Monica emphasizes,
you are invisible. The perfect server anticipates needs without being noticed. No engaging guests in conversation unless directly addressed, and even then, keep responses brief and professional.
invisible. The irony isn't lost on me. For once, anonymity works in my favor. We ride a service elevator to the 52nd floor, emerging into a bustling prep area adjacent to the main event space. Through partially open doors, I glimpse the gala venue, a massive open-plan area transformed by elegant decor. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over white-clothed tables. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the city lights spread out below like a carpet of stars. For the next hour, we prepare, arranging place settings, polishing already gleaming glassware, memorizing the layout. I work methodically, hands steady despite my inner turmoil, eyes constantly darting to the main entrance, watching for Wyatt or Tyler. At 7 p.m. precisely, the first guests arrive. The wealthy and powerful of the city flow in, a river of designer gowns and bespoke suits, air kisses and practiced laughter. I circulate with a tray of champagne flutes, maintaining a pleasant, neutral expression, invisible as instructed. I scan each new arrival, tension coiling tighter with every passing minute. No sign of either Serena's man yet. According to Monica, Wyatt will use a private elevator directly to the event space, bypassing the main entrance entirely. Another layer of security, another obstacle to overcome. By 8:15 p.m., the gala is in full swing. 300 guests mingle and network, their combined voices creating a constant murmur punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. I've been efficient and unobtrusive, earning a nod of approval from Monica as she passes. Then a subtle shift ripples through the crowd, heads turning, conversations pausing. A small delegation has emerged from a doorway near the back of the space, security personnel flanking a tall figure. Wyatt Sorinas has arrived. My breath catches. In person, he's more imposing than photographs suggest, broad-shouldered and straight-backed, despite his 40-some years. Silver-streaked dark hair framing a face of angles and planes. He moves with deliberate grace, acknowledging greetings with reserved nods rather than the effusive handshakes favored by most executives. I abandon my empty tray at a service station and grab a fresh one, maneuvering carefully closer to where Wyatt has stopped to speak with an older couple. My pulse roars in my ears as I plot an approach. Perhaps I can orchestrate a minor spill near him, creating an opportunity to whisper my warning as I clean up. Or wait until he steps away from the crowd, follow him to a quieter corner.
You.
The voice hits me like ice water.
What the hell are you doing here?
I freeze, every muscle locking in place. Slowly, I turn. Tyler stands before me, devastatingly handsome in a tailored tuxedo, his expression a complex mixture of shock and fury. Up close, I catch the faint scent of his cologne, the same exclusive blend I once found intoxicating, now cloying and suffocating. I'm working, I manage, lifting my tray slightly. Excuse me, sir. I need to circulate. His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist hard enough to bruise, though he maintains a plastic smile for any onlookers.
Bullshit. You're stalking me.
I'm not. I keep my voice low, fighting to remain calm. Please let go. You're making a scene.
A scene?
He laughs, the sound brittle.
You have no idea what a scene is, Carrie. What game are you playing? First, you humiliate me by turning down my proposal. Then you show up here? At my family's event?
I needed work, I say, the half-truth bitter on my tongue. I had no idea you'd be here. Another lie. His grip tightens and I wince.
You expect me to believe that after what you did to me?
The irony of his accusation after everything he did to me in another lifetime nearly chokes me. Tyler, please. I'm just trying to do my job. His eyes narrow, calculation replacing shock.
No. You're up to something and I'm going to find out what.
Before I can respond, he releases my wrist and snaps his fingers at a nearby security guard.
This woman shouldn't be here. She's been harassing me for weeks. Get her out.
The guard approaches, expression impassive. Sir?
She's my ex. She's become unstable since our breakup. Showing up at my office. Now here.
Tyler's voice drips with concern, though his eyes remain cold.
I'm worried about her, but she can't stay one.
That's not true, I protest, desperation rising. I've never...
Mom, please come with me.
The guard's tone leaves no room for argument. Check my credentials, I insist. I'm supposed to be here. Elite Events hired me to work tonight. The guard hesitates, glancing between us. Tyler's jaw tightens. Call Monica from Elite, I press. She'll confirm I'm on staff.
Even if you were hired legitimately.
Tyler cuts in smoothly.
You concealed your connection to me, which creates a security concern. My uncle takes these matters very seriously.
From the corner of my eye, I catch sight of Wyatt moving through the crowd, stopping to speak with various guests. He's drawing closer to where we stand, and desperation floods me. This may be my only chance. Please, I say to the guard, just let me finish my shift. I won't go anywhere near Mr. Sorinas. I swear. His expression darkens dangerously.
Get her out.
He tells the guard.
Now.
The guard takes my arm firmly, but not roughly.
Let's go, Mum. Quietly, please.
I have seconds to decide. Create a scene? Scream out my warning to Wyatt across the crowded room? I'd be dismissed as a mentally unstable intruder, my warning discredited before it's even heard. Worse, Tyler would be alerted to my knowledge, perhaps accelerating his plans. Tears of frustration burn behind my eyes as I allow the guard to escort me toward the service elevator. My chance is slipping away. I've failed. As we wait for the elevator, Tyler appears beside us, his voice low and menacing.
I don't know what you thought you'd accomplish tonight, but stay away from my family. Stay away from me. Next time, I won't be so understanding.
The threat hangs in the air between us. I meet his gaze steadily, suddenly unafraid. I've faced worse than Tyler Sorinas. I've faced death itself and been given a second chance. You won't get away with it, I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. Something flickers in his eyes. Confusion, then wariness.
Get away with what?
The elevator arrives with a soft chime. The guard guides me inside, positioning himself between Tyler and me. As the doors begin to close, I catch a final glimpse of Tyler's face, calculating, suspicious, perhaps even a little afraid. Good. The guard escorts me all the way to the street, watching as I change back into my regular clothes in a small security office near the service entrance. He's professional, even apologetic.
Company policy, he explains. Any personal connection to the family has to be disclosed in advance.
I nod numbly, gathering my belongings. The crisp bills of my partial payment, for hours worked, feel like hollow consolation for my failed mission. Outside, the night air is cool against my flushed skin. I stand on the sidewalk, watching the glittering tower that houses the gala, feeling utterly defeated. The closest I came to Wyatt Sorinas was 50 feet of crowded room, and now Tyler is on alert. Whatever slim chance I had of warning Wyatt has evaporated. Worse, I've made myself a target. Tyler doesn't know exactly what I meant by my parting words, but he'll be suspicious, watchful. If he accelerates his plans against Wyatt, it will be my fault. I begin walking, no particular destination in mind, just needing to move, to breathe, to think. The city thrums around me, traffic, pedestrians, the constant urban symphony that usually fades to background noise. Tonight, every sound penetrates with painful clarity. Eventually, I find myself in a small park a few blocks from the Sorinas building, sinking onto a bench beneath the spreading branches of an oak tree. The bark is rough against my back as I lean against the trunk, exhausted. What now? My plan has failed spectacularly. I have no way to reach Wyatt, no way to convince him of danger from a source he trusts implicitly, and I have possibly made everything worse. Tears come then, hot and bitter, streaming down my face as I hug myself against the evening chill. In this moment, the weight of my impossible task crushes me. How arrogant to think I could change fate, alter the course of events already set in motion. Perhaps this second chance isn't about saving Wyatt at all, but merely about saving myself from Tyler's machinations. The thought sits like acid in my stomach. No, I can't accept that. There must be a reason I've been sent back, been given this knowledge. There must be a way to use it. I wipe my tears, drawing deep breaths to calm myself. Think, Carrie, think. If I can't reach Wyatt directly, perhaps there's someone else, someone close to him who might listen, who might eventually help me get a message to him. His assistant? A trusted colleague? I need to research, find another angle of approach. Or perhaps I should focus on gathering evidence against Tyler. In my previous timeline, he'd been careful, methodical in his planning. There must have been signs I missed, preparations I could have noticed had I been watching for them. If I can document suspicious activities, build a case with real evidence rather than just my unbelievable story. A new determination rises within me, replacing despair. Tonight was a setback, not an ending. I still have time, months before Tyler made his move in the original timeline. I will find another way. I stand, brushing leaves from my clothing, and begin the long walk back to my apartment. The night feels less oppressive now, the city lights less harsh. Each step strengthens my resolve. I will save Wyatt Sorinas, somehow. The next day, I struggle through my day at work, unable to face creative projects when my mind is consumed with far more urgent matters. Instead, I sit with my laptop, researching everything I can find about Wyatt Sorinas' inner circle. His executive assistant, a woman named Regina Mills, has worked with him for over 20 years. His chief counsel, James Watkins, attended law school with him. His head of security, former military, has been with the company for 15 years. These people have earned Wyatt's trust through decades of loyalty. None of them would have any reason to believe a stranger's wild accusations against the nephew Wyatt has groomed as his successor. By afternoon, frustration has driven me from my apartment. I wander the city, mind racing with increasingly desperate ideas. Could I send an anonymous tip to the police? Without evidence, it would go nowhere. Could I somehow plant listening devices in Tyler's office or home? Besides being illegal, I have neither the skills nor resources for such an operation. Almost without conscious decision, I find myself walking toward the Sorinas Group headquarters again. In daylight, the building seems less imposing, but no more accessible. Security guards monitor the main entrance, checking IDs as employees and visitors enter. I watch from across the street, knowing I can't get inside, not after last night. Tyler has surely alerted security to watch for me. Still, I linger, drawn by the knowledge that somewhere in that building is the man I'm trying to save. The lunch hour brings a stream of employees out of the building, headed to nearby restaurants and cafes. I observe them, wondering absently if any might be approachable, might have direct access to Wyatt. It seems unlikely. From what I've learned, he interacts with only a small, trusted circle. I'm about to leave when I spot a familiar face among the exiting employees. Tyler, engaged in animated conversation with another man as they descend the front steps. My heart stutters, and I instinctively step back, partially concealing myself behind a newspaper stand. Tyler looks different in daylight, harder somehow, the charm he displays in public settings replaced by an intensity that borders on predatory. He gestures sharply as he speaks, his companion nodding with the eager deference of a subordinate. They turn in my direction, and I shrink further behind my inadequate cover, pulse racing. They're headed to a restaurant across the street. Will pass within yards of where I stand. If Tyler sees me, too late to retreat now. I duck my head, pretending to examine magazines, praying he's too absorbed in his conversation to notice me. They pass so close I can hear fragments of Tyler's words.
Schedule accelerated. Old man won't know good arrangements by month's end.
My blood turns to ice. Month's end? Tyler's original timeline had him murdering Wyatt more than a year from now, well after our wedding was supposed to take place. Is he moving up his plan? Because of me? I remain frozen until they've entered the restaurant, then stumble away, legs weak with shock and fear. If Tyler is accelerating his timeline, I have even less time than I thought. Weeks, not months or years as before. Panic threatens to overwhelm me. I need to warn Wyatt immediately. Consequences be damned. I spin around, staring at the Sorinas building, mind racing. Could I create a disturbance large enough to evacuate the building? Use the chaos to reach Wyatt's office? No. Security would contain me before I got anywhere near the executive floors. Could I wait outside the building? Try to catch him arriving or leaving? According to my research, he rarely uses the main entrance, preferring a private access point with restricted security. As I stand paralyzed by indecision, a sleek black car pulls up to the front of the building. A tall figure emerges from the lobby, flanked by security personnel. Wyatt Sorinas. My heart leaps into my throat. He's leaving the building, a rare public appearance in the middle of a workday. This might be my only chance. Without allowing myself to think through the consequences, I dash across the street, dodging traffic. Horns blare as I weave between cars, intent on reaching Wyatt before he enters his vehicle. "Mr. Sorinas!" I call, breathless. "Please, I need to speak with you." Security immediately moves to intercept me, two suited men stepping between Wyatt and my approaching figure. I raise my hands to show I'm not a threat, still calling out. "It's about Tyler. Please, it's important." Wyatt doesn't pause or turn my way. He didn't hear me, but his security did.
Mom, step back. Mr. Sorinas is not taking impromptu meetings.
"Please," I beg, desperation making my voice crack. It's life or death. Tyler is planning. As the guards begin to usher me away, I realize I played my hand too soon. I should have gotten closer. I'll never get past security now. The last thing I see is Wyatt entering his car. The sleek vehicle pulls away from the curb. carrying with it my failed second chance. Security releases me at the edge of the property with a clear warning not to return. I stand on the sidewalk, trembling with adrenaline and defeat, watching the Sorinas building shimmer in the afternoon sun. Tears blur my vision, hot tracks down my flushed cheeks. I've made everything worse, and now security at both the corporate headquarters and likely Wyatt's private residence will be watching for me. I'm so stupid. I've ruined everything. Every avenue of approach has been closed. As I turn to leave, my vision swimming with tears, I step blindly into the street. A horn blares, tires screech, and I look up to see a car bearing down on me. Too close to stop, too close to avoid. Time seems to slow. I see the driver's face through the windshield, horrified, mouthing something I can't hear. I see sunlight glinting off the hood of the expensive vehicle. I see my own reflection, distorted in the polished surface, eyes wide with shock. Then impact, a horrible, jarring collision that sends pain shooting through my body. I'm airborne for a sickening moment, then crashing to the pavement, my head striking the hard surface with a crack that reverberates through my skull. Darkness encroaches at the edges of my vision. Voices shout, footsteps rush toward me. Someone kneels beside me, hands hovering in uncertainty.
Don't move.
A deep voice commands.
An ambulance is coming. Stay with me.
I struggle to focus, to see through the haze of pain. A face swims into view above me, strong features, silver-streaked dark hair, eyes wide with concern. Wyatt Sorinas. You, I whisper, my voice a thread of sound.
Don't try to speak.
He says, removing his suit jacket and carefully placing it beneath my head.
Help is on the way.
The irony is almost too much to bear. Now, when it's too late, when I'm broken and bleeding on the pavement, I finally have Wyatt Sorinas' undivided attention. Darkness claims me before I can form another word, pulling me down into blessed unconsciousness where pain and failure cannot follow. Chapter 4. Memory Loss. The first thing I became aware of was a dull, throbbing pain. It pulsed through my skull in steady waves, each one washing over me like the tide against a rocky shore. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt impossibly heavy, as if weighted down with river stones. The darkness was comforting in its own way, a velvet curtain shielding me from whatever lay beyond. Somewhere in the distance I heard a steady, rhythmic beeping. It penetrated the darkness, insistent and unwelcome. A cool sensation spread across my forehead, a damp cloth maybe, gentle fingers brushing my hair back. The touch was tender, almost reverent. Who would touch me that way?
Please wake up.
A deep voice murmured, so close I could feel warm breath against my cheek. The voice was unfamiliar, yet somehow soothing, rich like aged whiskey, with notes of concern threading through it.
Please be okay.
I wanted to respond, to reassure this stranger that I could hear him, but my lips wouldn't move. My body refused to obey the simplest commands. Fear crept in, snaking around my consciousness. Where was I? What had happened? Why couldn't I remember? The darkness eventually gave way to disjointed fragments of consciousness, clinical white ceilings, hushed conversations just beyond my understanding, the antiseptic smell of hospital surfaces. Each time I surfaced, that same unfamiliar man was there, his face a blur of concern and exhaustion. He never left, maintaining a constant vigil at my bedside, as if his presence alone could tether me to this world. When I finally opened my eyes fully, sunlight was streaming through half-drawn blinds, casting golden rectangles across the pristine hospital room. My gaze wandered, trying to make sense of my surroundings until it landed on him, a man slumped in a chair beside my bed, his head resting at an awkward angle that would surely leave his neck aching. Even in sleep, tension lined his face. He was striking, not conventionally handsome, but compelling. Strong jawline peppered with stubble that suggested days without shaving. Dark hair, slightly too long, falling across his forehead. Expensive clothes rumpled from what must have been days of wear. The hand resting near mine on the bed bore a watch worth more than most people's cars. I tried to speak, but my throat felt like sandpaper. The small sound I managed was enough to startle him awake. His eyes, a startling storm cloud gray, flew open, instantly alert.
You're awake.
He breathed, relief flooding his face. He reached for a call button.
The doctor needs to know.
I wanted to ask who he was, why he was here, but before I could form the words, medical staff swarmed into the room. They checked monitors, shined lights in my eyes, asked questions I couldn't answer. The gray-eyed man backed away, giving them space to work, but his gaze never left me.
Can you tell me your name?
The doctor asked, pen poised over a chart. I opened my mouth to respond, but where my name should have been, there was only a vast, terrifying emptiness. Panic rose in my chest, my heart rate accelerating on the monitor beside me. I don't know, I whispered, my voice cracking from disuse. I don't know who I am. The gray-eyed man stepped forward, distress etched into every line of his face.
Her purse wasn't with her when she was found. There was no identification.
The doctor nodded gravely.
It's not uncommon with head trauma. The memory loss is likely temporary, but we'll need to run more tests.
The man, the stranger who seemed inexplicably invested in my welfare, nodded resolutely.
Whatever she needs. Cost is no object.
As the medical team continued their assessment, fragments of conversation reached me. Words like contusion, traumatic amnesia, and remarkable recovery floated around me. But nothing stirred my memory. Not my name, not my history, not how I came to be here. When we were finally alone again, the man pulled his chair closer to my bed. Up close, I could see the toll the past days had taken on him, shadows beneath his eyes, a certain haunted quality to his gaze.
You probably have questions,
he said, his voice gentle. Who are you? I managed, surprised by how small and fragile my voice sounded. Something flickered across his face. Pain, perhaps, or disappointment.
My name is Wyatt Sorinas.
The name meant nothing to me. I waited for recognition, for some spark of familiarity, but there was only the hollow echo of emptiness where my memories should have been. Do I know you? I asked. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully.
No, not really. I'm the one who found you after your accident.
What happened to me? His hands strong, with long fingers twisted together in his lap.
You were hit by a car. My car.
The admission seemed to pain him physically.
I've been here since they brought you in. The doctors say you had swelling in your brain, which is why you can't remember.
I should have felt something then. Anger, perhaps, or fear. But there was only a detached sense of curiosity. This man, this Wyatt Sorinas, had apparently hit me with his car, and then what? Kept vigil at my bedside for days? It didn't make sense. Why are you still here? I asked.
Because it's my fault.
He said simply, as if that explained everything.
And because you have no one else, as far as we can tell. No one's come looking for you.
The thought should have devastated me. But how could you miss what you couldn't remember? Instead, I found myself studying him, this wealthy stranger with guilt-ridden eyes who had appointed himself my protector. The doctors say I can leave tomorrow, I said hesitantly. But I don't know where to go.
I have a place,
he said immediately.
My home. It's large enough that you'd have privacy, and I have staff who can help with your recovery. The doctor says you'll need monitoring, and your memory could return any time.
He paused, perhaps realizing how the offer might sound.
Or I can arrange a private nurse at a hotel, if you'd prefer.
I should have been wary of going home with a stranger, but something about him, perhaps the genuine remorse in his eyes, or the way he'd maintained his vigil, made me trust him instinctively. Your home sounds fine, I said quietly. Thank you. Relief visibly washed over him.
Good. That's good.
We fell into an awkward silence, two strangers bound together by circumstances neither of us fully understood. Outside the window, the city skyline glittered in the late afternoon sun, a landscape as unfamiliar to me as my own reflection. Wyatt's home turned out to be a modernist mansion perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed views that stole what little breath I had as we pulled through the gates. The structure seemed to be composed of clean lines and impossible cantilevers, glass and steel and warm wood all working in harmony. "This is where you live?" I asked, unable to keep the awe from my voice as his driver helped me from the car. My legs were still unsteady, my body weak from days in a hospital bed.
One of my properties,
he said, offering his arm for support as we approached the entrance.
It's private here. No press, no neighbors. I thought it would be peaceful for your recovery.
The interior was just as impressive, minimalist but warm, with carefully curated art and furnishings that suggested both wealth and taste. A housekeeper greeted us, her eyes widening slightly at my appearance before she smoothed her expression into professional neutrality.
Ms. Barlow has prepared the blue suite for you,
Wyatt explained as he guided me through the house.
It has the best views, and it's close to my quarters in case you need anything during the night.
The suite was larger than any apartment I could imagine having lived in, though of course I couldn't remember. A sitting area with its own fireplace, a bathroom with a soaking tub positioned to take in the ocean view, a bed that looked like it could comfortably sleep four. Everything was done in soothing shades of blue and cream, with accents of driftwood and sea glass.
Is this okay?
He asked, and I was struck by the strange dichotomy of the moment, this titan of industry, as I was beginning to understand him to be, seeking approval from a nobody with no memory. "It's beautiful," I whispered, sinking onto a chaise by the window. Exhaustion was catching up with me. The journey from hospital to home had drained what little energy I had. Wyatt hovered in the doorway, uncertain in a way that seemed at odds with everything else about him.
Dinner is at 7, but I can have something brought up if you'd prefer to rest. The doctor left medications and instructions. Ms. Barlow will help with those.
"Thank you," I said, the words feeling inadequate for the kindness he was showing a stranger. "For all of this." He shook his head, dismissing my gratitude.
It's the least I can do.
His eyes met mine, intense and unreadable.
Rest now. Tomorrow will be better.
As he closed the door behind him, leaving me alone in the opulent suite, I wondered what kind of man Wyatt Sorinas really was, to take such responsibility for a random accident, to open his home to me, to seem so genuinely concerned for my welfare. Nothing about the situation made sense, yet I felt safe here in a way I couldn't explain. I lay back on the chaise, watching the waves crash against the rocks below. Without a past to haunt me, there was a strange sort of freedom in the present moment. Tomorrow would indeed be another day, one uncomplicated by whatever life I'd led before. For now, that would have to be enough. Days passed in a gentle rhythm at Wyatt's cliffside sanctuary. Mornings brought breakfast on the terrace, the ocean breeze carrying the scent of salt and possibility. Wyatt would join me when he could, his laptop open as he conducted business remotely, his attention divided between global finance and my faltering attempts to reclaim fragments of myself.
Does anything feel familiar today?
He would ask, his gaze lifting from spreadsheets and reports. Not yet, I would answer, and he would nod, neither disappointed nor relieved, just patient. Afternoons were for exploration of the grounds, of the library, of skills I seemed to possess without any memory of acquiring them. I could play the piano in the music room, my fingers finding melodies I didn't consciously know. I was drawn to certain books in his extensive library, as if they had been favorites in my forgotten life.
You have excellent taste,
Wyatt remarked, finding me curled in a window seat with a worn copy of Jane Eyre.
That was my mother's favorite.
Was? I asked, noting the past tense. A shadow crossed his face.
She died when I was young.
I'm sorry, I said, instinctively reaching for his hand where it rested on the back of a leather chair. The moment our skin touched, something electric passed between us, startling us both. Wyatt withdrew his hand first, clearing his throat.
It was a long time ago.
Evenings were the most dangerous, the most intimate. After the household staff retired for the night, Wyatt and I would often find ourselves in the large, open-concept living area. He with a glass of scotch, me with herbal tea recommended by my doctors. The household would grow quiet around us, the vast windows reflecting our images against the backdrop of stars over the Pacific. We talked about everything and nothing, his work, books, music, art, and philosophy. He never pressed me about my past, and I never asked about his. We existed in a strange limbo of the present moment, two souls connecting without the baggage of history. One night, about a week into my stay, I found him standing at the edge of the infinity pool that seemed to drop off into the ocean itself. The moonlight silvered his profile, turning him into something almost mythic, a solitary king surveying his domain. He didn't hear me approach, lost in whatever thoughts troubled him in these quiet moments. "Penny for your thoughts," I said softly, and he turned, surprised but not startled.
They're not worth that much,
he replied with a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. I moved to stand beside him, bare feet silent on the heated stones surrounding the pool. The night air was cool but not cold, carrying the perpetual whisper of waves against the cliff face below. "You're a mystery, Wyatt Sorinas," I said. "You run a global company, yet you've put everything on hold to look after a stranger."
Not everything.
He corrected.
And you're not just a stranger. You're my responsibility.
Is that all I am? A responsibility? The question slipped out before I could consider its implications, hanging between us in the moonlight. His eyes, when they met mine, were dark with something I couldn't name. "No," he said finally.
Not just that.
We stood in silence for a long moment, close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from his body, smell the subtle notes of his cologne. The night felt charged with possibility, with dangerous potential. "Do you ever wonder," I began, my voice barely audible over the distant surf, "if maybe we knew each other before? If that's why you feel so responsible for me?" It was a question that had been forming in my mind over the past days, the only explanation I could conceive for the inexplicable connection between us, for the comfort I felt in his presence, despite my complete lack of context. Wyatt considered the question with more seriousness than I expected.
I would remember you,
he said finally, with such certainty that it sent a shiver down my spine.
If we had met before, I would remember.
The way he looked at me then, as if trying to memorize every detail of my face, made my breath catch. For a moment, I thought he might reach for me, might bridge the small physical distance between us that seemed to grow more charged with each passing second. Instead, he stepped back, breaking the spell.
It's late. You should rest. The doctor is coming to check on you tomorrow.
I nodded, disappointed and relieved in equal measure. Whatever was building between us felt too fragile, too precious to rush. And without knowing who I was, how could I offer him anything but uncertainty? "Good night, Wyatt," I said, turning to go.
Wait.
He called softly, and I paused.
What should I call you? It seems strange to keep referring to you as you when everyone else has a name.
I hadn't considered this practical problem, that a person needed a name, even temporarily. "I don't know. What do I look like to you?" He studied me thoughtfully, moonlight catching in my hair and illuminating half my face.
Hope,
He said finally.
You look like Hope.
It wasn't what I expected, not a conventional name, but a concept, an abstraction. Yet it resonated somewhere deep within me, touching something that felt like truth. Hope, I repeated, tasting the word. I like that. Something soft passed over his features, a vulnerability I'd never seen in him before.
So do I.
That night I dreamed for the first time since waking in the hospital. Not memories, not exactly, but nightmares. Dark, fragmented images of Wyatt lying motionless, his skin gray, his eyes vacant. I thrashed awake, tangled in silk sheets, a scream locked in my throat. Before I could orient myself, my bedroom door flew open. Wyatt stood there disheveled from sleep, wearing only pajama bottoms that hung low on his hips.
What is it? What's wrong?
He demanded, scanning the room for threats before his eyes settled on me. A dream, I gasped, pressing a hand to my racing heart. Just a bad dream. He crossed to the bed, sitting carefully on its edge, keeping a respectful distance.
Do you want to talk about it?
How could I tell him that I'd dreamed of his death, that in my nightmare I'd been trying desperately to save him from something invisible, intangible, but it had taken him anyway? It was about you, I admitted, unable to lie to him. Something bad happened to you. Concern creased his brow.
A memory, do you think?
I shook my head. No. It felt different, more like a warning. He reached out hesitantly and covered my trembling hand with his.
I'm right here,
He said.
I'm fine. It was just a dream.
But it had felt so real, the grief, the terror, the desperate certainty that I had to save him but didn't know how. I looked into his eyes, seeking reassurance, and found him watching me with that same intensity that seemed to be his natural state. Stay, I whispered, the request shocking me as much as it clearly shocked him. Just until I fall asleep again. For a moment, I thought he would refuse. Then he nodded once, adjusting position to lean against the headboard beside me, still holding my hand.
I'll be right here,
He promised, his thumb tracing soothing circles on my skin.
Nothing bad is going to happen to either of us.
I settled back against the pillows, acutely aware of his presence beside me, the steady rise and fall of his bare chest, the warmth of his skin against mine, the faint scent of sleep and expensive cologne. Despite the lingering unease from the nightmare, I felt safe with him there, protected in a way that transcended the physical. As I drifted back toward sleep, a thought surfaced from the recesses of my mind. Not a memory, but a certainty nonetheless. I had come here to save Wyatt Sorinas. I didn't know from what or how, but I knew with bone-deep conviction that his life depended on me. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, it settled into my consciousness like a missing puzzle piece sliding into place, bringing with it not clarity, but purpose. Whatever happened next, whatever my past held, I would protect this man who had shown me such kindness. With that resolution firm in my mind, I surrendered to sleep once more, my hand still entwined with his, anchoring me to the present and to him. The days that followed brought us closer in countless small ways. Wyatt began to include me in parts of his life, beyond the quiet evenings and shared meals. He showed me his home office, explaining aspects of his work in terms I could understand despite my amnesia. We took walks along the private stretch of beach below the cliff, collected shells, laughed at the antics of shorebirds. Sometimes I would catch him looking at me with a puzzled expression, as if trying to solve a particularly complex equation. "What is it?" I asked once, as we sat side by side on a driftwood log, watching the sunset paint the western sky in impossible colors.
You're nothing like anyone I've ever known,
He admitted.
I keep thinking I have you figured out, and then you surprise me.
Is that a good thing? I asked, suddenly anxious. His smile then, rare and genuine, transformed his face, softening the hard edges, crinkling the corners of his eyes.
The best thing.
He said simply. 2 weeks into my stay, as we were finishing breakfast on the terrace, Wyatt received a call that clearly disturbed him. He stepped away to take it, but I could see the tension in his shoulders, hear the clipped tone of his responses. When he returned, his face had settled back into the mask of control I was beginning to recognize as his professional persona.
I'm sorry,
He said, not quite meeting my eyes.
there's a situation at work that requires my attention. I've been neglecting things for too long.
You don't need to apologize, I assured him. You've put your life on hold for me. I understand you have responsibilities. He nodded, but something in his demeanor remained troubled.
My nephew is bringing over some documents that need my immediate review. He'll be here within the hour.
Should I make myself scarce? I asked, half joking. Wyatt's response was unexpectedly serious.
Number, this is your home too, for now at least. You don't need to hide.
Your home too? The words sent a flutter through my chest that I tried to ignore. This arrangement was temporary, a product of unusual circumstances and Wyatt's sense of obligation. It wasn't real life, no matter how domestic it sometimes felt. I've never met any of your family, I observed. What's your nephew like? Something passed across Wyatt's face, too quick to interpret.
Tyler is ambitious. He works in acquisitions at Sorinas Group.
He checked his watch.
I need to prepare for this meeting. Will you be all right on your own for a while?
Of course, I said, waving him off. I'm not an invalid anymore. Go, save your empire. He smiled at that, some of the tension leaving his shoulders.
It's hardly an empire.
The view from where I'm sitting suggests otherwise, I teased. As he walked away, I couldn't help but admire the confident set of his shoulders, the purposeful stride. Wyatt Sorinas was a man accustomed to command, to being in control of his world. Yet with me, he showed a gentleness, a vulnerability I suspected few ever witnessed. I spent the morning in the library, losing myself in a collection of poetry I'd discovered the day before. The quiet hours passed pleasantly until I heard voices in the foyer. Wyatt's familiar deep tones, accompanied by another male voice, younger and sharper somehow. Curious, I made my way toward the sound, pausing at the threshold of the grand entrance hall. Wyatt stood with his back to me, facing a younger man with similar coloring, but none of the gravitas that Wyatt carried so effortlessly. This must be Tyler, the nephew. I was about to step forward and introduce myself when Tyler looked past Wyatt and saw me. His expression changed so dramatically that it stopped me in my tracks. Shock, then recognition, followed by a cold fury that chilled me to the bone.
What the hell is she doing here?
He demanded, pointing at me accusingly. Wyatt turned, confusion evident on his face as he looked between us.
You know her.
Of course I know her.
Tyler spat.
She's my ex-girlfriend, the one I told you about, who's been trying to get to you for weeks.
The words hit me like physical blows. Ex-girlfriend, trying to get to Wyatt. Past and present collided in a nauseating rush, and suddenly, the room was spinning around me. Fragments of memory flashed behind my eyes, a man's angry face, Tyler's face, harsh words, the sensation of running, tears blurring my vision, tires screeching. I swayed on my feet as darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was Wyatt's face, shock giving way to something that looked heartbreakingly like betrayal. Then there was nothing but the dark and the faint echo of Tyler's triumphant accusation following me into the void.
She's been playing you all along.
Chapter 5. Mistrust. Consciousness returned in fragments, voices raised in anger, the cool marble floor against my cheek, strong hands lifting me. I wanted to sink back into the darkness where everything was simple, where I was just hope, and Wyatt looked at me with tenderness instead of suspicion. But reality was clawing its way back, bringing with it a torrent of memories that filled the hollow spaces in my mind with painful clarity. I remembered everything now. I remembered who I was. Carrie Donovan, 28 years old, and a life that had somehow led me to this impossible situation. I remembered Tyler Sorinas, his charm when we first met, the way it dissolved into cruelty behind closed doors, his proposal and my acceptance that had sealed my fate in another timeline. Most importantly, I remembered why I'd been so desperate to find Wyatt, to save him from his nephew's murderous ambition. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the blue suite, lying on the bed I'd slept in for the past 2 weeks. But everything had changed. The door was closed, and raised voices penetrated the heavy wood, Wyatt and Tyler arguing about me.
Uncle, this is exactly what she wanted.
Tyler's voice was sharp with triumph.
To get close to you, to manipulate you. She's been trying to get into the building for weeks. I had security throw her out the day of your accident.
That doesn't explain her medical condition.
Wyatt countered, his tone measured but tight with strain.
The doctors confirmed the amnesia was real.
Of course they did. She probably bribed them. Or maybe the accident was convenient. Knocked her out just enough to play damsel in distress. You know how these gold diggers operate.
My stomach churned with nausea. Every awful word out of Tyler's mouth was designed to poison Wyatt against me. The worst part was, I couldn't even fully defend myself. How could I explain the truth? That I'd lived through a future where Tyler murdered his uncle to inherit his empire? That I'd somehow been given a second chance to prevent it? I forced myself to stand, steadying myself against the bedpost as dizziness threatened to overwhelm me. The memories were still settling into place, the old and new timelines overlapping in my mind like double-exposed photographs. In that other life, I'd married Tyler. I'd watched him become increasingly obsessed with Wyatt's wealth and position. I'd found evidence of the poison, too late to save Wyatt, but in time to realize I'd been set up to take the blame. And then I'd awakened, impossibly, 3 years in the past. I splashed cold water on my face in the bathroom, trying to gather my thoughts. The reflection that stared back at me in the mirror was familiar now. My hazel eyes, my chestnut hair, the small scar above my right eyebrow from a childhood fall. But I saw myself differently than I had before this second chance. The woman in the mirror looked braver somehow, more determined. She had already changed her fate once by refusing Tyler's proposal. She could do it again. Taking a deep breath, I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, following the sound of raised voices to Wyatt's study. I hesitated just outside, my hand poised to knock, when I heard my name.
Carrie Donovan is toxic,
Tyler was saying.
She latches onto wealthy men and drains them dry. She tried it with me, and when I finally saw through her and broke things off, she came after you.
I pressed a hand to my mouth to stifle a sound of outrage. In this timeline, I had been the one to say no to him. His revisionist history was appalling, but not surprising. Tyler had always excelled at twisting facts to suit his narrative.
And yet she never asked me for anything in the 2 weeks she's been here,
Wyatt said, his voice cool and analytical.
No money, no gifts, no favors, just recovery time.
She's playing the long game,
Tyler insisted.
Setting you up to trust her, to feel responsible for her. The amnesia routine was genius, I'll give her that. Who better to paint a fresh picture of herself than someone who claims they don't remember who they are?
I couldn't bear to hear any more. I pushed the door open without knocking, adrenaline giving me a courage I didn't feel. Both men turned at my entrance, their expressions stark contrasts. Tyler's smug and hostile, Wyatt's guarded and unreadable.
I see your memory has returned,
Wyatt said stiffly, his words cutting straight to my heart. Gone was the warmth I'd grown accustomed to, replaced by the cool, assessing gaze of a businessman evaluating a potential threat. Yes, I admitted, my voice steadier than I expected. Just now, when I saw Tyler.
Convenient timing,
Tyler sneered. I ignored him, keeping my focus on Wyatt. These past 2 weeks, I'd come to know him, not as the distant figure Tyler had always described with a mixture of envy and contempt, but as a man with quiet depths, unexpected kindness, and carefully guarded vulnerabilities. Wyatt, I said softly, using his first name deliberately, reminding him of our connection. I can explain.
I think Tyler has explained quite enough,
He replied, his expression hardening.
You were trying to reach me at my office the day of the accident. You've been attempting to make contact for some time, apparently.
Yes, but not for the reasons he's telling you, I insisted, desperation creeping into my voice. How could I make him understand when the truth was so impossible?
Then why?
Wyatt demanded, taking a step toward me.
Why were you so determined to see me that you tried to get past building security? What could possibly be so important?
I opened my mouth, then closed it again. The truth hovered on my lips, but I knew how it would sound, delusional, manipulative, exactly as Tyler had painted me. I needed to warn you, I said finally, the words inadequate even to my own ears.
Warn me about what?
I glanced at Tyler, whose expression had shifted from smugness to wariness. I can't tell you. Not like this. Not with him here. Tyler laughed, the sound brittle and cruel.
Classic deflection. She has no explanation, so she tries to turn you against me, your own nephew.
Wyatt's gaze never left my face, searching for something, truth perhaps, or the woman he'd come to know over the past weeks.
Tyler, give us a moment.
Uncle, you can't seriously.
A moment.
Wyatt repeated, his tone brooking no argument.
Wait downstairs.
Tyler's jaw clenched, but he complied, brushing past me with deliberate force as he left the room.
Don't let her manipulate you,
He muttered as he passed.
She's good at it.
When the door closed behind him, silence settled between Wyatt and me like a physical presence. The study, a place I'd never been invited during my stay, reflected Wyatt perfectly. Dark woods, clean lines, no unnecessary ornamentation. Books filled built-in shelves along one wall, their spines suggesting diverse interests from history to quantum physics. A large desk dominated the space, covered with neatly arranged documents and a sleek laptop. Wyatt moved behind the desk, putting it between us like a barrier. Sit, he said, gesturing to a chair opposite him. I did as he asked, feeling the weight of his disappointment like a physical pressure. Gone was the man who had stayed by my hospital bed, who had opened his home to me, who had called me hope. In his place was the formidable CEO, the man who controlled a global empire with legendary focus and precision.
I always thought it was strange.
He began, his voice deceptively calm.
How quickly you adjusted to life here. Most people with amnesia exhibit more distress over their lost identity, but you seemed almost at peace with it.
I was, I admitted. Being with you, not knowing who I was or what baggage I carried, it was freeing. It was the truth, if not the whole truth.
And yet you were trying to reach me before the accident. Why?
His eyes were relentless, boring into mine with an intensity that made me want to look away. I forced myself to hold his gaze. Because I needed to warn you about Tyler, I said simply. Wyatt's expression didn't change, but I saw his knuckles whiten where his hands rested on the desk.
Warn me what about Tyler exactly?
This was it, the moment to tell him everything. But the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain that in another timeline, another life, I'd watched him die at his nephew's hands? That I somehow knew Tyler would try again in this timeline? That I'd been given an impossible second chance to save him? He's not who you think he is, I said instead, taking the coward's way out. He's dangerous.
Says the woman who dated him and is now, according to him, carrying out some kind of vendetta.
Wyatt countered, his tone neutral but his eyes hard. That's not true, I protested. I ended things with Tyler, not the other way around. I refused his proposal, and he's never forgiven me for it. Something flickered across Wyatt's face at that. Surprise, perhaps, or the first hint of doubt in Tyler's version of events.
Why would you refuse him? The Sorinas name comes with considerable advantages.
The question stung more than it should have. Because I realized he wasn't a good person, I said quietly. Because I saw glimpses of who he really was, and I didn't like what I saw.
So this is about Tyler,
Wyatt said, leaning back in his chair.
not about me or my money at all.
Yes. No. I ran a hand through my hair in frustration. It's about you, but not in the way he's suggesting. I wasn't trying to get close to you for financial gain. I was trying to protect you.
From what?
From him. The words came out as barely more than a whisper. Wyatt's laugh was short and humorless.
Tyler is ambitious, perhaps even ruthless in business, but he's family. Not just family. He's my protégé.
Family. The word echoed in the space between us. In my first life, I'd become part of that family, had watched it destroy itself from the inside out. I'd been crushed in the collapse. Sometimes the people closest to us are the ones we should fear the most, I said softly. Something in my tone must have reached him, because his expression softened slightly.
Carrie.
He said, and hearing my real name in his voice sent a jolt through me.
These past 2 weeks, I've come to care for you. The woman I've been getting to know. But I don't know who that woman is anymore. Was any of it real? Or was it all an elaborate act to get close to me?
It was real, I said fiercely, leaning forward. All of it. The woman you called Hope, that's who I truly am, who I want to be. The amnesia gave me a clean slate, a chance to be myself, without the past clouding everything.
And yet here we are,
He said, gesturing to the space between us.
with your past very much at the center of things.
I stood abruptly, unable to stay still under his scrutiny. What if I told you something impossible? I asked, pacing in front of his desk. Something that would explain everything, but that you'd never believe? Wyatt watched me, his expression guarded.
Try me.
I took a deep breath. What if I told you I've lived through this before, that I know what Tyler is capable of because I've seen it, that I came here to warn you because in another timeline, another life, I stopped, unable to say the words aloud.
He what?
Wyatt prompted, his voice carefully neutral. He killed you, I whispered, the truth finally breaking free. For your company, your money, and then he tried to frame me for it. Silence fell between us, heavy and uncomfortable. I could see Wyatt processing my words, his face giving nothing away. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and controlled.
So you're claiming, what? Time travel? Precognition? Or is this some kind of mental break?
I don't know how it happened, I admitted. I just know that I went to sleep one night, 3 years into a future where you were dead and I was being framed for your murder. And I woke up on the morning Tyler proposed to me with a chance to do things differently.
And you expect me to believe this?
It wasn't a question. No, I said honestly. I don't. I wouldn't believe it either if our positions were reversed. But it's the truth. Wyatt stood, walking to the window that overlooked the ocean. His back to me, shoulders rigid, he presented the image of a man carrying the weight of decisions that affected thousands.
Do you know how many people try to get close to me with outlandish stories?
He asked, his voice distant.
How many schemes I've seen? How many lies I've been told? Money brings out the worst in people, Carrie.
I know, I said softly. I've seen it. That's why I'm here, to prevent it from destroying you. He turned then, his expression impossible to read.
Even if I believed you, which I don't, what proof do you have that Tyler would harm me? What evidence beyond these visions or delusions or whatever they are?
I had nothing. In this timeline, Tyler hadn't yet made his move. The evidence I'd discovered in that other life didn't exist here. Not yet. I don't have proof, I admitted. Just the nightmares, just the certainty.
The nightmares.
He repeated, and something in his voice shifted.
About me dying.
I nodded, remembering the nights I'd woken screaming, Wyatt appearing at my bedside to comfort me. They're memories, not dreams. Memories of a future that hasn't happened yet, that I'm trying to prevent. For a moment, something like doubt crept into his expression, but then his intercom buzzed, breaking the tension.
Mr. Sorinas.
His assistant's voice came through the speaker.
Mr. Tyler is quite insistent on returning to your meeting. He says the documents can't wait.
Wyatt's jaw tightened. He pressed a button on the desk.
Tell him I'll be down shortly.
Then to me,
We're done here.
Wyatt, please, I said, moving toward him. I know how this sounds. I know I can't prove any of it, but you know me, the real me, the person I was these past 2 weeks. Trust that woman if you can't trust my story.
I trusted a woman who didn't exist.
He said coldly.
Hope was a fiction, your fiction, and I was fool enough to believe it.
His words cut deeper than I could have imagined. She wasn't fiction, I insisted. She was me without the burden of the past, the person I could be if given the chance. Wyatt's expression didn't soften.
Ms. Donovan,
He said formally, the use of my surname like a slap.
I think it's best if you leave now. I'll have security escort you wherever you need to go.
It was happening again. History repeating itself despite my desperate attempts to change it. Tyler poisoning Wyatt against me, setting the stage for the tragedy I'd come back to prevent. Don't let him isolate you, I said urgently, as Wyatt reached for the intercom. That's how it starts. He cuts you off from anyone who might see what he's doing, then slowly positions himself to take over when you're gone. Wyatt's finger paused over the button.
You really believe this, don't you?
He asked, studying me with a clinical detachment that was worse than anger. With every fiber of my being, I answered simply. He held my gaze for a long moment, something unreadable passing through his eyes. Then he pressed the intercom button.
Send security to my study. Ms. Donovan is leaving.
My heart sank. I'd failed again. I'd found my way to Wyatt against impossible odds, had even forged a connection with him, only to lose it all when the truth came out.
Take this.
He said suddenly, reaching into his desk drawer and pulling out an envelope.
Enough money to help you start over. Despite everything, I won't leave you with nothing.
I stared at the envelope, offended by the gesture. I don't want your money, I said, my voice tight with suppressed emotion. I never did. I only wanted to save you.
From a threat that exists only in your mind,
He countered. You'll see, I said quietly, as the door opened behind me, revealing 2 stone-faced security guards. I hope it's not too late when you do. As they escorted me from the room, I glanced back one last time. Wyatt stood at the window again, his silhouette dark against the bright ocean beyond. For a moment, I thought I saw his shoulders slump, as if under some invisible burden. Then the door closed between us, cutting off my view. The guards were professional, but firm as they led me through the house. In the grand foyer, Tyler waited, a triumphant smirk playing at the corners of his mouth.
I told you he'd see through you eventually.
He said as I passed him.
You should have stayed away, Carrie. Now you've got nothing and no one.
I stopped, turning to face him fully. The guards tensed, ready to intervene, but I kept my distance. I know what you're planning, I said quietly, so only he could hear, and I will stop you. His smirk faltered, replaced by something colder, more calculating.
You always did have an overactive imagination,
He said.
but this time it's going to get you into trouble.
No, Tyler, I replied, matching his tone. This time, it's going to save Wyatt's life. Something flickered in his eyes, surprise, perhaps, or wariness. The guards urged me forward before he could respond, but I'd seen enough. I'd rattled him. He wasn't certain how much I knew or what I might do with that knowledge. It wasn't much, but it was something. A small victory in what promised to be a brutal war. Outside, The day was impossibly bright, the sun gleaming off the modern glass and steel of Wyatt's cliffside home. The same security car that had brought me here 2 weeks ago waited to take me away. The driver held the door open wordlessly, his expression suggesting he'd done this before, removed unwanted visitors from his employer's sanctuary. I paused before getting in, looking back at the house. From here, I could see Wyatt's study window, though I couldn't tell if he was watching my departure. Part of me hoped he was, that some small piece of him doubted Tyler's version of events, doubted his own judgment in sending me away.
"Where to, miss?"
The driver asked as I settled into the back seat. I had no family who would take me in after I'd refused the advantageous match with Tyler. Only one true friend who took me in after my life fell apart. She gave me a place to stay while I figured out my next move. And she had no idea where I'd been for the last 2 weeks. Daisy must be worried to death. "Do you know the Jasmine Gardens apartment complex in Westlake?" I asked.
"Yes, miss."
The driver nodded, putting the car in gear. As we pulled away from Wyatt's home, I felt a physical ache in my chest, as if something was being torn from me. These past 2 weeks had been a reprieve, a glimpse of what might have been, of who I could become if freed from the past. Now I was Carrie Donovan again, with all the baggage that entailed. But I was also something more. I was the woman who had lived through a nightmare and been given a second chance. The woman who had connected with Wyatt Sorinas in a way no one else ever had. The woman who knew what was coming and refused to let it happen again. Tyler might have won this round, but the game was far from over. I would find a way back to Wyatt, find a way to make him believe me. I had to. His life depended on it, and somewhere along the way, my heart had become entangled with his fate as well. As the house disappeared around a bend in the coastal road, I made a silent promise to the man I was leaving behind. I would save him, whether he believed in me or not. I would rewrite this story, even if I had to do it alone. Because some futures were too painful to live through twice.
Chapter 6. Doubts and Revelations. The silence in my penthouse felt heavier than it had in years. I stood at the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching as raindrops raced down the glass, distorting the city lights below into trembling stars. My reflection stared back at me, haunted and uncertain. The whiskey in my hand remained untouched, amber liquid catching the soft glow of the single lamp I'd bothered to turn on. She was gone. Carrie was gone. And I couldn't shake the feeling I'd made a terrible mistake. I closed my eyes, recalling the look on her face when Tyler had burst in, that flash of recognition followed by pure terror before she'd collapsed. The memory of her unconscious form crumpling to the floor sent a fresh wave of unease through me. That wasn't the reaction of a con artist caught in the act. That was something else entirely. Was any of it real? I whispered to the empty room, my breath fogging the glass momentarily. For 2 weeks, I'd opened my home to a complete stranger. Or so I thought. The woman who'd shared my breakfast table each morning, who'd fallen asleep beside me on the couch during late-night classic movies, who'd looked at me with those clear, guileless eyes. Had she been playing me the entire time? Tyler's words echoed in my mind. Gold digger, stalker, manipulative. But something didn't add up. I set down my untouched drink and moved to my desk, fingers hovering over my laptop. I'd built an empire on my ability to read people, to detect deception. Yet with Carrie, I found myself utterly lost. The warm, genuine woman who'd shared my home bore no resemblance to the calculating opportunist Tyler had described. One of them was lying, and I needed to know which one. I opened my laptop and made a call to Marcus, my head of security.
"Sir?"
His voice was alert despite the late hour. "I need you to obtain Carrie Donovan's medical records from Memorial Hospital. The accident from 2 weeks ago. Everything they have." There was a brief pause.
"Sir, that's highly—"
"I know what it is." I cut him off, my voice sharper than intended. I just need to verify something. Discretion is paramount.
Of course. I'll have them by morning.
I ended the call and leaned back in my chair, running a hand over my face. The truth was out there, documented in clinical notes and brain scans. If Carrie had truly been unconscious for days, if the amnesia diagnosis was legitimate, then Tyler's story began to unravel. Sleep eluded me that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, first laughing across the breakfast table, then pale with shock as Tyler stood over her, then streaked with tears as security escorted her out. I tossed and turned in sheets that still carried a hint of her scent, replaying every moment of our time together. Had she flinched when I mentioned the Sorinas group? Had she ever asked probing questions about my wealth or business? Had she ever been caught somewhere she shouldn't have been, looking at something she shouldn't have seen? None of it. She'd been unguarded, comfortable in her own skin in a way that couldn't be faked. The morning arrived with a slate-gray sky, clouds hanging low over the city. I was already showered and dressed when Marcus arrived, a thin manila folder in his hands.
The records, sir.
I took the folder and nodded. Thank you. No one knows about this?
Absolutely not.
Good. That'll be all. Alone again, I opened the folder with steady hands. Inside were printouts of Carrie's admission records, doctor's notes, CT scans, and discharge summary. I laid them out across my desk, the medical jargon jumping out at me in stark black and white. Patient admitted unconscious following MVA, motor vehicle accident. Moderate cerebral contusion with localized edema. Glasgow Coma Scale score on admission, 9. Patient remained minimally responsive for 37 hours post-admission. Diagnosis, post-traumatic retrograde amnesia, likely temporary. My breath caught. There it was, in cold clinical terms. Carrie had been unconscious for nearly 2 days. Her brain had swelled from the impact. The amnesia was real, medically documented, and consistent with her injuries. She hadn't been faking. Not the unconsciousness, not the memory loss. I sat back, running a hand through my hair. If she hadn't been lying about that, what else might Tyler have been wrong about? Why had she really been trying to see me that day? My phone rang, startling me. Tyler's name flashed on the screen. I let it go to voicemail, suddenly reluctant to speak with my nephew. Instead, I pulled up my secure browser and entered Carrie's name. The results were sparse, a social media account set to private, a LinkedIn profile showing a modest career history in marketing for mid-sized companies. Nothing extraordinary, nothing suspicious. I dug deeper. By midday, I'd built a rough profile of Carrie Donovan, 28 years old, bachelor's degree in art history from State, lived in a modest apartment with a friend named Daisy Katz, parents still married, living in the suburbs, one younger sister named Melody. Nothing in Carrie's background suggested a con artist or a gold digger. If anything, she seemed remarkably ordinary until she'd become involved with Tyler. That was the connection I needed to understand. I placed another call to Marcus. I need everything you can find on Carrie Donovan's relationship with my nephew. How they met, how long they dated, why they broke up. And I want to know if she has connections too. Anyone at Sorinas Group beyond my nephew. Check out her family as well and see if they have any connections. There's got to be something I'm missing.
On it, sir.
I paced the length of my living room, unable to sit still. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the windows. The city below was a blur of gray and muted color. Somewhere out there was Carrie, vulnerable and alone. The guilt hit me like a physical blow. I'd been so quick to believe the worst of her. My phone chimed with a text from Marcus. Initial report ready. Would you prefer email or in person? In person, I replied. Some things shouldn't leave a digital trail. 20 minutes later, Marcus arrived with a thicker folder than before.
This is preliminary, sir, but I thought you'd want to see it immediately.
I took the folder and nodded. Thank you. Once alone, I spread the contents across my desk. Photos, text message transcripts, financial records, witness statements. A picture began to emerge, and it made my stomach turn. Carrie and Tyler had dated for nearly 3 years. They'd met at a charity gala, one I'd skipped, as usual. According to friends and co-workers, the relationship had seemed good at first, but had grown increasingly one-sided. Tyler had been controlling, demanding, quick to anger. Carrie had become increasingly isolated from friends and family. Then came the proposal, 3 years ago. Carrie had said yes, according to the official story. But something had happened recently, something that had caused her to break the engagement and walk away just weeks before the wedding. Her family had been furious. The transcripts of text messages between Carrie and her mother were cold, almost cruel. "You're throwing away everything we've worked for. The Sorinas name would have set us all up for life. You're being selfish and stupid." I felt a chill run through me. Carrie's own family had seen her as nothing more than a means to access Sorinas' wealth. The financial record showed something else disturbing. After the breakup, Carrie's parents had cut her off completely. She'd been fired from her job at a firm with ties to Sorinas Group subsidiaries, Tyler's influence, no doubt. She'd been systematically isolated and punished for walking away. And yet, according to her roommate Daisy's statement, Carrie had seemed relieved, like she'd escaped something terrible, even though she had nothing left. What had she been escaping? The final document in the folder made my blood run cold. A police report, filed by Daisy Katz, reporting Carrie missing on the exact day of our accident. Carrie had told her roommate she was going to try one last time to speak with me directly about something life or death important. I sat back, letting the implications sink in. Carrie hadn't been trying to con me or trap me. She'd been trying to warn me about something, but there was no way her story could be true. People don't just go back in time and relive their lives. It's just not possible. And now she was gone again, with no way to reach me. My phone rang, Tyler again. This time I answered.
"Uncle Wyatt, I was thinking we should discuss the Miller acquisition over dinner tonight. That new place on 5th.
"Not tonight, Tyler." My voice was cool, controlled. "I'm reviewing some concerning information that's just come to my attention." A beat of silence.
"Concerning information?"
"About Carrie Donovan." Another pause, longer this time. When Tyler spoke again, his voice had hardened.
"I told you everything you need to know about her. She's manipulative, unstable. She's been trying to get to you for months."
"Why?" I asked simply.
"What?"
"Why would she want to get to me? I've never met her before the accident. What possible reason would she have to target me specifically?" Tyler's laugh was dismissive.
"Uncle, you're one of the richest men in the world. Isn't that reason enough?"
"Except she never asked me for money. Not once in the entire time we were alone. She never even mentioned your name until you showed up."
"Because she was playing the long game."
Tyler's voice rose slightly.
"Look, I dated her for almost 3 years. I know what she's capable of."
"And what is that exactly?" I asked, my tone deceptively casual as I glanced down at the police report on my desk.
"She's—"
Tyler stopped, seeming to collect himself. When he spoke again, his voice was calmer, concerned.
"Uncle Wyatt, I'm worried about you. This woman has clearly gotten under your skin. That's what she does. She makes you trust her, care about her, and then she strikes."
I stared out at the rain-soaked city, considering my next words carefully. Something about her story isn't adding up.
"What does that mean? You're not going to contact her again, are you?"
"Goodbye, Tyler." I ended the call and set down my phone. The pieces weren't all in place yet, but a pattern was emerging. Carrie had broken off her engagement to Tyler at great personal cost. She'd been desperate to speak with me directly. Tyler had been equally desperate to keep us apart. I needed to find her. But first, I needed to understand what I was walking into. Making rash decisions had never been my style. It was why I ran a multi-billion-dollar corporation while others failed. I needed more information, and I knew just how to get it. I picked up my phone again and called Marcus. I need surveillance on Tyler. Discreet, round the clock. Phone, email, in-person meetings. Everything.
Sir?
Marcus sounded surprised.
May I ask why?
No, you may not. Just get it done.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
I hesitated, then made the decision. Yes. Find Carrie Donovan. Don't approach her. Just locate her and keep eyes on her. I want to know she's safe.
Understood, sir.
I ended the call and moved back to the window, watching as lightning flashed across the darkening sky. The rain had become a downpour, sheets of water cascading down the glass. Somewhere out there was Carrie, and somewhere out there were answers. For the first time in years, I felt truly awake. The comfortable routine of my secluded existence had been shattered the moment Carrie entered my life, and despite everything, the suspicion, the doubt, the betrayal, I couldn't bring myself to regret it. The 2 weeks with her had been real. Whatever else was happening, whatever secrets were still hidden, I was certain of that much. My reflection stared back at me from the rain-streaked glass, eyes determined. I would find her. I would learn the truth. And then I would decide what to do about Tyler. My phone chimed with a text from Marcus. Ms. Donovan located. Currently staying with Daisy Katz at 1453 Westbrook Avenue, apartment 3B. I felt a rush of relief. She was still with her friend, so she was safe, at least for now. Another text followed quickly. Surveillance on T. Sorinas initiated. We'll report anything unusual immediately. Good. Now I could move forward with a plan. I returned to my desk and pulled out a fresh legal pad. On it, I began to list the questions that needed answers. Why did Carrie break up with Tyler? What did Carrie really want from me? Why is Tyler so determined to keep us apart? I tapped my pen against the paper, thinking. The direct approach had failed. Security wouldn't let Carrie near me at the office. And now that Tyler was suspicious, I couldn't simply invite her back here. No, I needed to approach her carefully, perhaps anonymously at first. I needed to see her when she didn't know I was watching, to observe how she behaved when she thought no one was looking. I needed to understand who Carrie Donovan really was, away from Tyler's influence, and away from the unusual circumstances of our first meeting. I picked up my phone one last time and called my assistant. Janet, cancel all my appointments for the next week. Family emergency.
All of them, sir. Even the Tokyo conference call?
All of them. And Janet?
Yes, Mr. Sorinas.
I'll be unavailable at my usual numbers. If there's a true emergency, route it through Marcus.
Of course, sir. I hope everything is all right.
It will be, I said, with more confidence than I felt. One way or another, it will be. I ended the call and walked to my bedroom, pulling a small suitcase from the closet. For what I had planned, I couldn't be Wyatt Sorinas, reclusive billionaire. I needed to be anonymous, unremarkable. As I packed, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Designer suit, perfectly trimmed hair, the trappings of wealth evident in every detail. I hardly recognized myself anymore. When had I become this person? When had I retreated so completely from the world that the only people who knew me were employees and family members with financial interests? The realization was uncomfortable, but clarifying. Perhaps that was why those 2 weeks with Carrie had felt so refreshing. She hadn't known who I was. There had been no agenda, no expectations, no power dynamics. Just 2 people, connecting. I wanted that again. But first, I needed the truth. The rain continued to fall as night descended on the city. I stood at the window one last time, watching as office lights blinked out one by one. Tomorrow, I would begin my search for answers. Tomorrow, I would find out who was lying and who was telling the truth. Tomorrow, I would find Carrie Donovan and discover what she knew that was worth risking everything to tell me. Not that cockamamie story about traveling back in time. I wanted the real truth. But tonight, in the silence of my empty penthouse, I allowed myself to admit what I'd been denying since she'd left. I missed her. Not just her presence, but the way the world felt when she was in it. Brighter, more immediate, more real. Whatever happened next, nothing would be the same again. And strangely, I was glad.
Chapter 7. Reconnecting. The morning light slipped through the cheap blinds of Daisy's apartment, painting thin golden stripes across my borrowed blanket. I'd been awake for hours, staring at the ceiling of her living room, listening to the gentle hum of early traffic outside. 3 days had passed since I'd been escorted from Wyatt's home. 3 days of hollow emptiness that felt worse than any physical pain I'd endured. I pushed myself up from the fold-out couch that had become my bed, wincing at the protesting creak of its metal frame. Daisy's apartment was tiny compared to Wyatt's place, a one-bedroom with barely enough space for her things, let alone a displaced friend. But it was warm. It was safe. And right now, that was all I could ask for.
Morning, zombie girl.
Daisy appeared in the kitchenette doorway, already dressed for work in her nurse's scrubs, a steaming mug in each hand.
You look like you got about as much sleep as I did during finals week.
I attempted a smile as I accepted the coffee she offered. That obvious, huh?
Honey, those circles under your eyes have circles.
She perched on the arm of the couch, studying me with the clinical gaze she used on her patients.
You can't keep going like this.
The coffee was strong and bitter, nothing like the perfectly brewed cups Wyatt and I had shared each morning. I swallowed hard against the memory. I know, I admitted. I don't know what to do next. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face when Tyler told him who I was. Like I'd betrayed him. Daisy sighed.
You didn't betray him. You were trying to save his life.
And did a spectacular job of it. I laughed without humor. I'm right back where I started. No job, no savings, no way to warn him. I set the mug down, my hands trembling slightly. What if Tyler tries again, Daisy? What if I've made everything worse?
Hey.
Daisy's voice sharpened.
None of that. First things first, we get you back on your feet. My shift ends at 4. When I get back, we're updating your resume, and tomorrow you start job hunting.
I nodded, grateful for her practical approach. This was why I loved Daisy. She didn't waste time dwelling on the impossible. She dealt with what was in front of her. You're right, I said, pulling the blanket aside. I can't protect anyone if I can't even take care of myself.
That's my girl.
She stood, finishing her coffee in one long swallow.
There's leftover pad thai in the fridge. And car?
She paused at the door.
I know this time travel stuff sounds crazy, but I've known you for a long time, and you've never been crazy a day in your life. If you say it happened, I believe you.
The door clicked shut behind her, leaving me alone with the striped sunlight and the faint scent of her citrus perfume. My eyes burned with unexpected tears. After everything, my family's rejection, Tyler's cruelty, Wyatt's distrust, having just one person believe me felt like finding water in a desert. I showered and dressed in borrowed clothes, then spent the morning cleaning Daisy's apartment. It was the least I could do, and keeping my hands busy helped quiet my mind. As I wiped down countertops and folded laundry, I tried to formulate a plan. I needed a job, something that paid cash, preferably. In my previous timeline, Tyler had been meticulous about cutting off my financial options. I'd have to assume he'd do the same again. I needed a permanent place to stay. I couldn't crash on Daisy's couch forever. And somehow, I needed to find a way to protect Wyatt, even from a distance. By mid-afternoon, the apartment was spotless, and I was restless. I borrowed Daisy's laptop and began searching job listings: administrative assistant, receptionist, retail sales. Nothing exciting, nothing high-paying, but jobs I was qualified for. Jobs Tyler wouldn't bother monitoring. A knock at the door startled me. I tensed, my heart racing. No one knew I was here except Daisy.
Building maintenance.
Called a male voice.
Need to check the radiator.
I hesitated, then approached the door. Do you have ID? My friend didn't mention any maintenance was scheduled. There was a pause.
Ma'am, we're checking all the units on this floor. Water pressure issue.
Something about the voice seemed off, too smooth, too practiced. I backed away from the door. Please come back when my roommate is home. Another pause. Then,
all right, ma'am. We'll try again tomorrow.
Footsteps retreated down the hallway. I exhaled shakily, pressing my forehead against the cool wood of the door. Was I being paranoid, or had Tyler found me already? I returned to the laptop, unable to focus on job listings any longer. My mind kept circling back to Wyatt. Was he thinking about me? Did he believe everything Tyler had told him? Had he already forgotten me, returned to his isolated life as if our 2 weeks together had never happened? The thought made my chest ache. I'd fallen for him twice now, once from afar, knowing who he was, and once up close, when neither of us had known anything except what we saw in each other. Both times Tyler had ripped us apart. By 4:30, Daisy still hadn't returned. I tried calling her cell, but it went straight to voicemail. Not unusual for a nurse. Hospital shifts rarely ended on time. Still, unease prickled along my spine. I moved to the window, peering down at the street below. The afternoon was fading, shadows lengthening across the cracked sidewalk. Across the street, a man in a dark coat leaned against a parked car, seemingly absorbed in his phone. Something about his stillness caught my attention. He wasn't scrolling or typing, just standing there, the screen illuminating his downturned face. I watched him for several minutes. He never moved, never seemed to interact with his device. Just stood, watching the building entrance. My stomach dropped. I stepped back from the window, heart pounding. Was Tyler having me watched? Was he planning something? The apartment suddenly felt suffocating. I grabbed my borrowed jacket and Daisy's spare key, then slipped out into the hallway. I needed air. I needed to think. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, emerging from a side exit onto a narrow alley that ran alongside the building. The evening air was cool against my flushed skin, carrying the scent of approaching rain. I turned away from the main street, wanting to avoid the man in the dark coat. The alley opened onto a quieter side street lined with small shops, a laundromat, a bodega, a second-hand bookstore. I ducked into the bookstore, hoping to gather my thoughts. The shop was empty except for an elderly woman behind the counter, who glanced up briefly from her crossword puzzle before returning to it. Shelves of worn paperbacks created a maze of narrow aisles, the familiar scent of old paper and dust immediately soothing my frayed nerves. I wandered deeper into the store, trailing my fingers along the spines of forgotten novels. What would happen to me in this new timeline? Would I find some mundane job, some modest apartment, and simply exist? Knowing what might have been, what could still be. Would I spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for Tyler to strike again? I turned a corner and nearly collided with another browser. "I'm sorry," I murmured, stepping back.
My fault entirely,
said a low, familiar voice. My head snapped up and my breath caught in my throat. Standing before me, dressed in jeans and a simple gray sweater instead of his usual tailored suits, was Wyatt Sorinas. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. He couldn't be here, not in this tiny bookstore, not dressed like an ordinary person, not looking at me with those piercing eyes that seemed to see right through me.
Carrie,
he said softly. My name in his voice sent a shiver through me. I backed up until I hit a bookshelf, causing a small avalanche of paperbacks. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. He bent to pick up the fallen books, arranging them neatly on the shelf. Such a Wyatt thing to do, fixing the small disorder before addressing the chaos.
Looking for answers?
He replied, straightening.
May we talk?
I glanced toward the front of the store. The elderly woman was still absorbed in her crossword, oblivious to the earthquake happening in the back corner of her shop. How did you find me? My voice sounded strange in my own ears, thin, breathless.
That's not important right now.
He took a step closer, then seemed to think better of it.
Carrie, I need to understand what happened. Why you were trying to see me that day.
My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the chance I'd been desperate for. But now that it was here, fear paralyzed me. What could I say that wouldn't sound completely insane? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, I said finally. The corner of his mouth lifted in a half-smile.
Try me.
A crash from the front of the store made us both jump. The bell above the door jangled as someone entered, and a male voice called out a greeting to the elderly woman. Wyatt's expression shifted, alert and wary.
Not here,
he murmured.
Come with me.
He offered his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, I took it. His fingers were warm and solid around mine, anchoring me in the surreal moment. He led me toward a back corner of the store, where a narrow door marked "Staff Only" stood partially ajar. Without hesitation, he pushed it open and pulled me through into a small stockroom. Before I could protest, he had navigated us out another door that exited into an alley behind the building. A sleek black car waited there, engine idling. The driver's window lowered, revealing a stern-faced man I recognized as Wyatt's security chief.
All clear, sir?
Wyatt nodded.
Take the long route, Marcus.
The man, Marcus, nodded once and raised the window again. Wyatt opened the rear door and gestured for me to enter. I hesitated. Where are we going?
Somewhere we can talk privately.
His eyes held mine.
I promise you're safe with me, Carrie. I just need to hear the truth.
I stood on the precipice of a decision that could change everything. Trust him again, after he'd thrown me out? Get into a car with a man who, for all his gentleness during our time together, was still essentially a stranger to me in this timeline. But those eyes, I knew those eyes. I'd spent 2 blissful weeks looking into them across breakfast tables and cozy sofas. Whatever else had changed, whatever lies Tyler had told, those eyes were the same. I slid into the back seat of the car. Wyatt followed, closing the door behind us. The interior was luxurious but understated, with soft leather seats and tinted windows that sealed us away from the outside world. The privacy partition was raised, giving us complete seclusion from Marcus in the front. "You've been watching me," I said as the car pulled smoothly away from the curb. It wasn't a question. Wyatt nodded, unapologetic.
Yes.
Why?
Because nothing about your story made sense. Or rather, Tyler's version of it didn't.
He turned slightly to face me.
I had your medical records pulled, Carrie. The amnesia was real.
I blinked, surprised by his directness. Yes.
So was the coma, 37 hours. No one could fake that.
No, I agreed softly.
Which means Tyler lied about at least part of what happened.
His eyes never left my face.
And if he lied about that, what else might he be lying about?
I looked down at my hands folded tightly in my lap. A lot, I whispered. The car turned onto a busier street, city lights streaming past the tinted windows. Rain had begun to fall, drops pattering against the roof and running in rivulets down the glass.
I also had my security team look into your background,
Wyatt continued.
Your relationship with Tyler, your family situation.
My head snapped up. What did you find?
That you sacrificed everything to walk away from him. Your family, your financial security, your career.
His voice softened.
The question is, why?
The moment stretched between us, filled with the sound of rain and distant traffic. I took a deep breath, gathering my courage. Because I knew what he was capable of, I said finally, what he was planning to do. Wyatt's expression remained neutral, but I saw something flicker in his eyes.
And what was that?
The car turned again, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Through the rain-streaked windows, I could see we were approaching the waterfront, away from the crowded downtown area. I told you before, but you didn't believe me, I said, my voice barely audible.
Tell me again anyway.
I looked up, meeting his gaze directly. Tyler was planning to murder you and take control of the Sorinas group. Wyatt didn't react outwardly, no widened eyes, no shocked gasp. He simply watched me, his expression thoughtful.
And how again did you know this?
I took a deep breath. As I said previously, because I've lived it before. In another timeline, another life. I said yes when Tyler proposed. We got married, had a huge wedding, and 6 months later, you died suddenly of what everyone believed was a heart attack. My voice shook slightly. Everyone except me. To my surprise, Wyatt didn't immediately dismiss me this time. He didn't laugh or call me crazy. He simply said,
Go on.
The car pulled into a secluded parking area overlooking the bay. Rain drummed steadily on the roof now, creating a cocoon of white noise around us. Marcus turned off the engine, but remained in the front seat, a silent sentinel. In that timeline, after your death, Tyler inherited everything. He became CEO of Sorinas Group. We moved into your penthouse. The memories washed over me, painful and vivid. But he'd changed, or maybe he'd always been that way, and I just hadn't seen it. He was cruel, controlling. He drank too much. And one night, when he was drunk, he bragged to me about how smart he'd been, how no one suspected the poison he'd used on you. Wyatt's expression remained unreadable.
And then?
Then he started to worry that I knew too much. He began setting me up, creating a paper trail that would implicate me in your murder if I ever tried to leave him or tell anyone. I swallowed hard. I was trapped.
Until
3 days ago, in that other life. I went to sleep next to Tyler, hating my life, hating what I'd become, and I woke up 3 years in the past, on the day he proposed. I met Wyatt's gaze. This time I said no. I walked away from everything, my family, the wealth, all of it. But I knew Tyler would still try to kill you. I had to warn you. Silence filled the car, broken only by the steady patter of rain. Wyatt studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable.
That's quite a story,
he said finally. I laughed humorlessly. I told you you wouldn't believe me.
I didn't say I don't believe you.
I stared at him, caught off guard. You what? Wyatt leaned back against the seat, his gaze still fixed on me.
I said I didn't say I don't believe you. The evidence suggests you're telling the truth about at least part of this. Your amnesia was real. You did try to see me before the accident, and my investigation into your background confirms you had no previous contact with me, no financial motives, no history of mental illness or delusions.
But the time travel part
is outside my area of expertise,
he finished.
I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if that's what happened to you. But I do know that you believe it happened. And I know that something about Tyler has been off lately.
My breath caught. Off how? Wyatt's expression darkened.
He's been pushing for more control of certain aspects of the company, making unusual staffing changes in my security detail, asking questions about my medical history.
He paused.
And he's been unusually interested in a subsidiary we have that specializes in pharmaceutical research.
A chill ran through me. That's how he did it before. A drug that mimicked a heart attack, undetectable after 48 hours. Wyatt was silent for a long moment, his eyes never leaving my face. Then,
what was it like? Those 2 weeks when you didn't know who I was.
The question caught me off guard. What?
When you had amnesia, what was it like for you?
I considered the question, trying to articulate what those days had meant. It was freeing. I knew nothing about myself, about my past, about who I was supposed to be. All I had was the present moment. And you. I swallowed. You were so kind, so patient, so different from anyone I'd ever known.
And now that you remember everything,
His voice was soft.
how do you see me now?
The same, I whispered. Only now I understand why Tyler wanted your position, your power. But that's not what I see when I look at you. I see the man who sat beside my hospital bed, who made me laugh over breakfast, who held me when I had nightmares. Something shifted in Wyatt's expression, a softening, a vulnerability I hadn't seen since before Tyler had burst into our peaceful existence.
I need proof.
He said quietly.
About Tyler. If what you're saying is true, if he's planning to harm me, I need evidence. I can't move against my own nephew based solely on a vision of another timeline.
I understand. And I did. Wyatt hadn't become who he was by making impulsive decisions. What kind of proof?
Something tangible. Something that shows his intentions.
He leaned forward slightly.
Will you help me get it?
The question hung between us, heavy with implications. He was asking me to spy on Tyler, the man who had once been my fiancé, who had tried to destroy me in another life, who might still want to destroy me in this one. Yes, I said without hesitation. But how? He hates me. He won't let me anywhere near him now? A slow smile spread across Wyatt's face, the cunning, strategic smile of a man who hadn't built an empire by accident.
He won't have to. We're going to set a trap.
Rain continued to fall around the car, shrouding us in a private world of shadow and sound. Outside, the bay was a dark expanse dotted with distant lights from boats and the opposite shore. A trap, I repeated. Wyatt nodded.
Tyler thinks you're desperate, homeless, broke. He thinks he's won. People are most vulnerable when they think they're invincible.
What are you suggesting?
A partnership.
He extended his hand.
Help me expose Tyler, and I'll make sure you're protected. No more hiding. No more looking over your shoulder.
I looked at his outstretched hand, remembering another life where I'd made the wrong choice. Then I reached out and took it, his fingers warm and strong around mine. Partners, I agreed. Something electric passed between us as our hands remained joined, something that transcended timelines and circumstances. In his eyes, I saw a reflection of what I felt. Recognition, connection, possibility.
We should get you back,
Wyatt said softly, reluctantly releasing my hand.
Your friend will be worried.
I nodded, suddenly remembering Daisy. She should be home by now. Wyatt tapped on the partition, and Marcus started the car. As we pulled away from the waterfront, the rain began to ease, droplets scattering in the headlights like diamonds.
I'll contact you tomorrow with details,
Wyatt said as we drove back toward the city.
No one can know we've spoken. As far as Tyler is concerned, I still believe his version of events.
I understand. He reached into his pocket and handed me a small, sleek phone.
Secure line. Only I have the number. Use it if you need me. Anytime, day or night.
I took the phone, our fingers brushing. Thank you.
For what?
For believing me, or at least not dismissing me. Wyatt's expression softened.
The person I was 3 weeks ago would have dismissed you without a second thought. But those 2 weeks changed something in me, Carrie. You changed something.
The car slowed as we approached Daisy's neighborhood. Wyatt glanced out the window, then back at me.
We'll stop a block away. Better if no one sees you with me.
I nodded, understanding the need for secrecy. As the car pulled to the curb, Wyatt surprised me by reaching out to touch my cheek gently.
Be careful,
He said softly.
until we have proof. We don't know what Tyler might do.
His touch lingered for a moment, warm against my skin. Then he withdrew, and Marcus was opening my door. The night air was cool and damp after the rain, city lights reflecting in puddles on the sidewalk. I stepped out, the secure phone clutched in my hand like a lifeline.
Tomorrow,
Wyatt said as I closed the door. I nodded, watching as the car pulled smoothly away from the curb and disappeared around a corner. Only then did I release the breath I'd been holding. For the first time since waking up in this new timeline, I felt something beyond fear and uncertainty. I felt hope. Chapter 8, Truth and Alliance. I woke before dawn, the secure phone Wyatt had given me clutched in my hand. I couldn't remember falling asleep with it, but somehow it had become my anchor, a tangible connection to him, to the possibility that I wasn't alone in this fight anymore. Daisy's soft snores drifted from her bedroom. I'd come home last night to find her already asleep, exhausted from a double shift. I'd left a note explaining that I'd gone out for air. Nothing more. Some secrets were better kept, even from those you trusted most. The apartment was bathed in pre-dawn blue, objects mere silhouettes in the dim light. I moved silently to the window, peering through a crack in the blinds. The street below was empty save for a stray cat picking its way along the sidewalk. No man in a dark coat, no suspicious cars, nothing to suggest we were being watched. Still, the prickle of unease remained between my shoulder blades. I showered and dressed in the same borrowed clothes, grimacing at the feel of day-old jeans against my skin. If I was going to help Wyatt gather evidence against Tyler, I would need my own place, my own things. I couldn't keep living like a ghost. The secure phone vibrated in my pocket just as the coffee finished brewing. A text message glowed on the screen. Apollo Cafe, 10 a.m., booth in the back. Come alone. My heart quickened. Apollo Cafe was a small place in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of establishment that attracted neither crowds nor attention, perfect for a clandestine meeting. Daisy emerged from her bedroom as I was pouring coffee into a travel mug.
You're up early.
She observed, rubbing sleep from her eyes.
And dressed? Going somewhere?
I hesitated, torn between honesty and caution. Job hunting, I said finally. A half-truth was better than a lie. Thought I'd get an early start.
Good for you.
She yawned, shuffling toward the coffee pot.
I'm glad you're taking control of your life.
Thanks. I watched her pour coffee with the mechanical movements of someone still half asleep. Daisy, have you noticed anyone hanging around the building? Anyone watching us? She paused, mug halfway to her lips.
Like who?
I don't know. Someone in a dark coat, maybe? Someone who doesn't belong? Daisy's eyes sharpened, sleep falling away.
Is Tyler harassing you again? Because I swear to God, Carr, I will call the cops so fast.
No, nothing like that. I forced a smile. Just being paranoid, I guess. She studied me for a moment, unconvinced.
You'd tell me if you were in trouble, right? Real trouble?
The earnestness in her eyes made my throat tighten. In another life, I hadn't been able to tell her anything. Tyler had made sure of that. But here, now, she was the one person who had stuck by me through everything. Of course, I said softly. You'd be the first to know. She nodded, satisfied for the moment.
Good. Now go get that job, superstar. I'm thinking celebratory takeout tonight.
I hugged her impulsively, breathing in the familiar scent of her floral shampoo. You're the best. You know that.
Duh.
She laughed, pushing me toward the door.
Now go, before I put you to work scrubbing the bathroom.
The morning was crisp and clear, the rain from last night leaving everything washed clean. I took the bus across town, watching the city wake up around me, shop owners raising shutters, dog walkers in the park, students hurrying to morning classes. Normal lives, untouched by time travel or murder plots or billionaire uncles. Sometimes I yearned for that simplicity again. Apollo Cafe was tucked between a laundromat and a used bookstore, its faded awning barely visible from the street. I arrived 15 minutes early, scanning the block for any sign of surveillance before slipping inside. The cafe was nearly empty, an elderly couple sharing toast by the window, a student with headphones hunched over a laptop. In the far corner, a solitary figure sat in a high-backed booth, face hidden behind a newspaper. I approached slowly, heart hammering. The newspaper lowered, revealing Wyatt's face, cleanly shaven but tired, dark circles beneath his eyes, suggesting he'd slept no better than I had.
You weren't followed?
He asked quietly as I slid into the seat across from him. I don't think so. I kept my voice equally low. How can you be sure we're safe here?
Marcus swept the place an hour ago. No listening devices, no cameras except the one behind the counter for theft prevention.
He folded the newspaper, laying it aside.
And the owner owes me a favor. We won't be disturbed.
As if on cue, a waitress appeared with a carafe of coffee. She filled 2 mugs without a word, then retreated to the counter. Wyatt looked different in daylight, more human somehow, without the backdrop of his penthouse and the city lights below. He wore a simple button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing surprisingly strong forearms. His hair was slightly tousled, as if he'd been running his hands through it. You look tired, I said, wrapping my cold fingers around the warm mug.
So do you.
A ghost of a smile touched his lips.
Occupational hazard of conspiracy, I suppose.
Is that what we're doing? Conspiring?
What would you call it?
I considered the question. Surviving, I said finally. At least that's what I'm doing. Something in his expression softened.
Tell me everything, Carrie. From the beginning. I need to understand what we're up against.
I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. Where did this story truly begin? With Tyler's proposal? With the day I married him in that other life? With the moment I first suspected he had murdered his uncle? In my first life, I began slowly, I said yes when Tyler proposed. My family was thrilled. They saw it as our ticket to security, to status. I saw it as, I don't know, a fairy tale maybe. Beautiful, charming man from a wealthy family falls in love with ordinary girl. Wyatt's expression remained neutral, but I saw something flicker in his eyes.
Were you in love with him?
I thought I was. I stared into my coffee, watching ripples form as my hand trembled slightly. Looking back, I think I was in love with the idea of him, the perfect boyfriend, the dream future. But even before we got married, there were signs.
What kind of signs?
Controlling behavior, jealousy, subtle criticism that made me doubt myself. I sipped my coffee, memories washing over me. He isolated me gradually, from friends, from professional contacts, eventually even from my family once they'd served their purpose. By the time we got married, my world had shrunk to just him and his family.
Including me,
Wyatt said quietly. I nodded. You were different then, or my perception of you was. You were this distant figure, the powerful uncle who rarely attended family functions. Tyler painted you as cold, calculating, obsessed with work. I barely saw you at the wedding.
Sounds like me.
Wyatt admitted with a wry smile.
Until recently, I was disconnected from people, from life outside work.
Until the accident, I supplied. His eyes met mine.
Until you.
Something electric passed between us, a current of recognition and possibility that momentarily took my breath away. I looked down, gathering my thoughts. After the wedding, things got worse with Tyler. His mask slipped more often. He drank too much. His temper was unpredictable. Then, you died. I swallowed hard. Heart attack, they said. No warning signs, no previous health issues, just a random tragedy. Wyatt's face remained impassive, but I noticed his fingers tighten around his mug.
And Tyler inherited everything.
Yes. As your protege, he became CEO of Sorinas Group. We moved into your downtown penthouse. He took over your life. I hesitated, remembering. He changed the company immediately, fired people who had been loyal to you for decades, redirected resources to projects you had specifically blocked.
And when did you realize it wasn't a natural death?
The cafe had begun to fill around us, the morning rush bringing in a steady stream of customers. Their chatter created a buffer of white noise, cocooning our conversation. A few months after your death, I said, lowering my voice further, Tyler had been drinking heavily, celebrating a corporate takeover of some smaller tech firm you had apparently protected for years. He was gloating about finally having everything he deserved, about how much better he was at running the company than you had been. I paused, the memory so vivid I could almost smell the whiskey on Tyler's breath, see the cruel twist of his mouth. He said, the old man never saw it coming. One little pill in his evening bourbon and problem solved. My voice shook slightly. He laughed about how the particular compound he used breaks down completely after 48 hours, becomes undetectable, how the doctors would never find it, even if they'd thought to look. Wyatt's expression darkened, a muscle tightening in his jaw.
Did you confront him?
God, no. I laughed humorlessly. By then, I was terrified of him. I pretended I was too drunk to remember the conversation, but after that night, I started planning my escape.
But you couldn't leave.
Wyatt guessed. Somehow he sensed the change in me. He became even more controlling, monitored my every move, and he started creating a paper trail, making it look like I had been the one to research untraceable poisons, like I had access to the pharmaceutical subsidiary where the compound was developed.
Setting you up to take the fall if you ever tried to expose him,
Wyatt concluded. I nodded. I was trapped. I lived like that, a prisoner in a gilded cage, married to a murderer.
Until?
Wyatt prompted gently. Until in that timeline. I went to sleep each night, hating my life, hating myself for my cowardice, and decided to do something about it. I was on my way to see a lawyer, and then before you know it, I was standing in my old bedroom, reliving the day Tyler proposed to me. I met Wyatt's gaze directly. I know it sounds crazy, but that's really what happened to me. Silence fell between us. Outside, the city continued its morning rhythm, people hurrying past the windows, traffic flowing, life proceeding as if the world wasn't shifting beneath our feet. You don't believe me, I said finally, when Wyatt remained silent. About the time travel part. To my surprise, he reached across the table and took my hand. His palm was warm against mine, his touch both gentle and firm.
I don't need to understand the mechanism to believe your experience was real,
he said quietly.
What matters now is what we do with this knowledge.
Relief washed through me so strongly I felt lightheaded. You believe me?
I believe you believe it. And either way, the threat is real. Tyler has been making moves at the company, subtle ones but concerning, particularly regarding that pharmaceutical subsidiary you mentioned.
My blood ran cold. PharmaWorks? Wyatt's eyebrows rose slightly.
Yes, you know it?
In my timeline, that's where the compound came from. A research project officially shelved for ethical concerns, but secretly continued under Tyler's direction. I leaned forward urgently. Wyatt, if he's showing interest in PharmaWorks now, it means he's already putting his plan in motion. Wyatt nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful.
Recently, he requested full access to their research archives, citing a review of potentially profitable discontinued projects.
That's it, I whispered. That's how it starts. The waitress approached with the carafe again. Wyatt and I fell silent, pulling our hands apart as she refilled our mugs. When she had gone, Wyatt leaned closer.
Tell me everything you remember.
I closed my eyes, trying to recall the details I'd gleaned from Tyler's drunken boasts and my own desperate research after I became suspicious. It was something like a next-generation sleep aid, but it had a side effect they couldn't eliminate. It slowed the heart rate dramatically, fatal in higher doses.
A heart attack that looks natural.
Wyatt murmured.
No traces left behind.
Exactly. The perfect murder weapon for someone with access to experimental pharmaceutical compounds and $1 billion inheritance waiting. Wyatt was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant as he processed the information.
We need proof,
he said finally.
Something concrete that shows his intent.
How? He's not going to confess his murder plans to me now. He hates me for rejecting him. A slow smile spread across Wyatt's face, a predator's smile that reminded me he hadn't built his empire by being soft.
That's exactly why you're perfect for this,
he said.
He wants to hurt you. People make mistakes when they're emotional.
I frowned. What are you suggesting?
A trap,
Wyatt explained.
We make Tyler believe you're desperate, that you regret rejecting him, that you've realized what you gave up.
He'll never buy it, I protested. He knows I walked away willingly.
Yes, but that was before you spent 2 weeks living in my home, experiencing wealth and comfort firsthand.
Wyatt's eyes gleamed with strategic calculation.
What if he thought you'd gotten a taste for the good life? What if he thought you were willing to do anything to get back into the Sorinas fold?
Understanding dawned. You want me to approach him, pretend I want him back. I thought about it, but I didn't see how this was possible. He'll be suspicious. Tyler doesn't trust anyone, especially me, I warned. There has to be another way, I said, desperation creeping into my voice. Can't you just fire him? Transfer him to some remote office?
He's family,
Wyatt said simply.
The board would never allow it without cause. And removing him from the company doesn't remove the threat. It just changes the timeline.
He was right, of course. Tyler's ambition wouldn't be deterred by a setback. If anything, being pushed out would only fuel his resentment, make him more dangerous. You could secure PharmaWorks, restrict access to those specific research files, I suggested.
And when Tyler finds another way?
Wyatt shook his head.
We need to end this permanently, Carrie. We need him to reveal his true intentions in a way that can't be explained away or denied.
The cafe had grown louder around us, the morning rush in full swing. A baby cried somewhere near the door. A barista called out drink orders. Normal life continued all around us while we plotted to expose a would-be murderer. I'm scared, I admitted softly. Wyatt reached across the table again, covering my hand with his.
I know. I am too.
The simple admission surprised me. In my previous timeline, Wyatt Sorinas had seemed untouchable, invulnerable, a titan who felt nothing so human as fear. You are? A shadow of a smile crossed his face.
Contrary to corporate mythology, I'm not actually made of stone.
No, I agreed, thinking of the man who had sat beside my hospital bed, who had opened his home to a stranger, who had held me through nightmares. You're definitely not. Our eyes held for a long moment, something unspoken passing between us. Then Wyatt straightened, his expression becoming focused once more.
We need to move quickly. Tyler requested access to PharmaWorks. It's only a matter of time before he finds what he needs.
Wyatt pulled out his phone, checking the time.
I have a board meeting in an hour. Can you be ready to begin tomorrow?
Tomorrow? My voice rose slightly. That's so soon.
We don't have the luxury of time.
His expression softened slightly.
But if you need more...
No, I interrupted, straightening my shoulders. I thought for a moment. I'll need to tell Daisy something. She'll worry if I just disappear.
Tell her you found a temporary job with accommodations provided, a live-in position.
He hesitated.
The less she knows, the safer she'll be.
The reality of what we were undertaking settled over me like a physical weight. This is really happening, isn't it?
It is.
Wyatt's eyes met mine, steady and determined.
But this time, the outcome will be different.
For the first time since waking up in this new timeline, I felt something beyond fear and confusion, a sense of purpose, of possibility. In my previous life, I had been powerless against Tyler's machinations, but now I had knowledge. I had Wyatt. I had a chance to change everything. "Okay," I said, squaring my shoulders. "I'm in." Wyatt nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes.
Marcus will pick you up tomorrow morning, 8 sharp. He'll bring everything you need. I want you secure in my home while we work through this mess.
How are you going to get Tyler to speak to me? He won't just show up if I call.
Leave that to me.
Wyatt glanced toward the window, his expression distant.
I think I know exactly how to get him to talk.
And if he doesn't take the bait?
Then we try something else. But he will.
Wyatt's voice hardened.
Tyler has never been able to resist an opportunity to feel superior.
We fell silent as the waitress approached again. Wyatt paid the bill with cash, leaving a generous tip. As she walked away, he turned to me once more.
One last thing,
he said, his voice low.
No matter what happens, remember that nothing between Tyler and me is more important than your safety. Understood?
The intensity in his eyes caught me off guard, but the plan
can be rebuilt. You can't.
He reached across the table, his fingers brushing mine briefly.
Promise me, Carrie.
The touch sent warmth spiraling through me. I promise. We left the cafe separately, Wyatt first, then me 5 minutes later. Outside, the day had brightened, the autumn sun casting long shadows across the sidewalk. I paused for a moment, breathing in the crisp air, feeling strangely lightheaded. 24 hours ago, I had been alone, desperate, terrified of a future that seemed to be repeating itself despite my best efforts. Now I had an ally, a plan, a chance to stop Tyler once and for all, and perhaps, just perhaps, a second chance with Wyatt, one untainted by tragedy and deceit. As I walked toward the bus stop, I felt his secure phone heavy in my pocket, a lifeline, a promise. Tomorrow we would begin the dangerous game of trapping Tyler. Tomorrow we would take the first step toward rewriting my future and saving Wyatt's life. But today, for the first time since waking up in this new timeline, I allowed myself to feel something dangerously close to hope. Chapter 9. Confrontation. I stand at the floor-to-ceiling windows of Wyatt's penthouse, watching the city lights flicker to life as dusk settles over the skyline. The glass is cool against my fingertips, a stark contrast to the warmth spreading through my chest. It's been 3 weeks since I confessed everything to Wyatt, my impossible journey through time, Tyler's murderous plans, the future I'm desperate to prevent. 3 weeks of planning, of cautious hope mingled with fear. The reflection staring back at me in the darkening glass looks stronger than I feel. My hair falls in loose waves around my shoulders, and the simple black dress I'm wearing makes me look more confident than I am. Tonight, everything changes. Tonight, we set our trap.
Are you ready?
Wyatt's voice comes from behind me, deep and steady. I turn to face him, drinking in the sight of him alive and well. In my nightmares, I still see him pale and lifeless, poison stealing the light from his eyes. The memory sends a shiver down my spine, despite the warmth of the room. As ready as I'll ever be, I say, trying to match his calm. Did your security team finish setting up the recording equipment? Wyatt nods, adjusting the sleeves of his crisp white shirt. Even now, with everything at stake, he looks impossibly composed, the picture of power and control. Only the tightness around his eyes betrays his tension.
Everything's in place. Audio and video in the study, the dining room, and here in the living room.
He crosses to me, his footsteps muffled by the plush carpet.
We only need one clear confession, Carrie. One piece of evidence, and we can end this.
I nod, but my throat feels tight. What if Tyler sees through our plan? What if he's more careful this time? What if I've only made things worse by changing the timeline? As if reading my thoughts, Wyatt takes my hands in his. They're warm and solid, anchoring me to the present.
Hey,
He says softly.
look at me.
I meet his gaze, those intense gray eyes that once looked at me with suspicion, now filled with something much deeper.
I believe you.
He says simply.
After everything, the investigation, the evidence we've gathered about the poison he's been researching, I believe you. We're going to stop him.
The doorbell chimes, its melodic tone slicing through our moment like a knife. My heart lurches painfully in my chest. He's here, I whisper. Wyatt squeezes my hands once before letting go.
Remember the plan. Keep him talking. Get him to admit what he's planning.
I nod, smoothing my dress with trembling hands. What if he doesn't take the bait?
Then we try again another day.
Wyatt's expression hardens.
But he will. Tyler's always been too proud for his own good.
With one final shared look, we separate. Wyatt moves toward the door, while I retreat to the kitchen under the pretense of checking on dinner. My role tonight is to play the penitent ex-girlfriend, desperately trying to explain myself to Wyatt while Tyler watches. The goal, to make Tyler believe he's won, that his lies about me have taken root in Wyatt's mind. Then, when Tyler thinks I'm thoroughly discredited, to push him into revealing his true nature. I hear the door open, followed by Tyler's voice, smooth and pleasant on the surface, hiding the venom beneath.
Uncle Wyatt, thanks for the invitation. I was surprised to hear from you after our last discussion.
I close my eyes, steeling myself against the sound of his voice. In another lifetime, I'd loved him, or thought I had. Now, all I feel is a cold dread pooling in my stomach.
We need to talk.
Wyatt replies, his tone deliberately neutral.
Some things have come to light that concern me.
Oh?
Tyler's footsteps draw closer.
Anything I can help with?
Perhaps.
A pause.
Carrie's here.
The silence that follows is thick with tension. I take a deep breath, adjusting the wine glasses on the counter before picking up the expensive bottle of Cabernet we'd selected for the evening. Showtime. I step into the living room with a practiced smile. The wine's breathing, I announce, then feign surprise at seeing Tyler. Oh, I didn't realize you'd arrived. Tyler's handsome face contorts briefly before smoothing into a mask of controlled disdain. He's dressed impeccably as always, his dark suit tailored to perfection, his hair styled with precision. Everything about him screams wealth and privilege.
What is she doing here?
He asks Wyatt, not bothering to look at me directly. Wyatt moves to stand beside me, close but not touching. We'd choreographed this carefully.
I invited her. After our last conversation, I had some doubts. I wanted to hear both sides.
Tyler's laugh is sharp and dismissive.
Both sides? Uncle, we've been through this. She's using you. She tried to get to me first, and when that didn't work, she set her sights on you.
I feel my cheeks flush with genuine anger. Even knowing this is part of our plan, his lies still sting. That's not true, I say quietly, setting the wine down on the coffee table. I never wanted your money, Tyler. He turns to me then, his gaze cold.
No? Then why did you try to worm your way into the Sorinas family? Why were you so eager to meet Uncle Wyatt even after I broke things off with you?
Dinner's almost ready.
Wyatt interrupts smoothly.
Why don't we continue this conversation over food? I think we all have a lot to discuss.
The dining room gleams under the soft light of the crystal chandelier. Silver flatware reflects the candle's glow, and the finest china adorns the table. It's a scene of elegant domesticity, a stark contrast to the dangerous game we're playing. I take my seat across from Tyler, with Wyatt at the head of the table between us. The first course, a delicate bisque, is served by Wyatt's housekeeper, who then discreetly withdraws.
I must say I'm curious on...
Tyler begins, his spoon cutting through the creamy soup with surgical precision.
What exactly did she tell you to convince you to give her another chance?
Wyatt takes a measured sip of wine.
Carrie has shared some concerning information with me. About you.
Tyler's expression doesn't change, but I notice his knuckles whitening around his spoon.
Is that so, and what might that be?
She claims you have plans that would harm me.
Wyatt says bluntly. I watch Tyler carefully, my soup untouched. This is the moment where our plan could fall apart. If Tyler reacts with genuine confusion or outrage, we'd have nothing. Instead, Tyler laughs, the sound hollow and forced.
That's absurd. What possible reason would I have to harm you? You're my uncle, my mentor.
My heir.
Wyatt adds pointedly. Something flickers in Tyler's eyes, a flash of naked ambition quickly disguised.
Eventually, yes. But I'm in no hurry for that day to come.
Aren't you? I can't help myself. The words slip out before I can stop them. Tyler's gaze pins me like a butterfly to a board.
What exactly are you implying, Carrie?
I feel Wyatt's warning glance, but I push ahead. I think you know exactly what I'm saying. I've seen what you're capable of.
Have you now?
Tyler sets down his spoon, all pretense of civility evaporating.
And what evidence do you have for these accusations?
The poison, I say softly. Thallium sulfate, nearly undetectable unless someone's specifically looking for it. Causes symptoms that mimic natural illness. You've been researching it for months. Tyler's face remains impassive, but a muscle twitches in his jaw.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't you?
Wyatt interjects.
My security team found some interesting searches on your company computer, Tyler. Searches about untraceable poisons, about inheritance law. Care to explain those?
For a moment, Tyler seems genuinely caught off guard. Then his expression hardens.
You're having me investigated based on the wild claims of this gold digger.
Watch your language,
Wyatt warns, his voice deadly quiet. Tyler ignores him, focusing his rage on me.
You think you're so clever, don't you? Turning my own uncle against me with your lies and manipulations.
They're not lies, I say, meeting his gaze steadily. You were planning to poison him slowly, making it look like natural illness. Then, when he died, you'd inherit everything, the company, the fortune, all of it.
Prove it. And
Tyler snarls.
We have the search history.
Wyatt says calmly.
We have records of your purchases, unusual chemicals ordered through shell companies. But what we'd really like, Tyler, is to hear you explain yourself.
Something changes in Tyler's demeanor then, a subtle shift from defensive anger to calculating coolness.
Fine, you want an explanation? Here it is, your girlfriend here is setting me up.
What? I gasp.
Oh, don't act surprised.
Tyler says with a cruel smile.
Uncle Wyatt, did she tell you how she approached me after our breakup? How she threatened to make me pay for ending things? She's been planning this for months, researching poisons herself, then trying to frame me for it.
I feel the blood drain from my face. This wasn't part of our plan, Tyler turning the accusations back on me. That's ridiculous, I say, but my voice sounds weak even to my own ears.
Is it?
Tyler reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a folded paper.
Then how do you explain this?
He slides the paper across the table to Wyatt, who unfolds it with a frown. I crane my neck to see what it is, and my heart stops. It's a printed receipt for thallium sulfate, with my name on it. That's impossible, I stammer. I never bought that. It's a forgery. Is it? Tyler's smile is triumphant.
Because it looks pretty authentic to me. Dated the day before your supposed accident with my uncle. Interesting timing, wouldn't you say?
Wyatt studies the paper, his expression unreadable.
Where did you get this, Tyler?
I have my sources,
Tyler replies smoothly.
When Carrie kept trying to meet with you, I got suspicious. Started looking into her background more carefully. What I found was disturbing.
He pulls out more papers from his briefcase, Fabricated evidence, all pointing to me as the would-be poisoner. My mind races, trying to understand how he could have prepared all this, unless... "You've been planning this all along," I whisper, the realization dawning. "From the moment you saw me at Wyatt's home after the accident. You knew I'd try to warn him about you, so you created a backup plan, evidence to frame me instead." Tyler's smile doesn't reach his eyes.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just trying to protect my uncle from a dangerous woman.
The meal continues in tense silence, course after course served and barely touched. My appetite has vanished completely, replaced by a gnawing fear. Our plan is unraveling. Tyler has outmaneuvered us, presenting Wyatt with evidence that I'm the one plotting murder. By the time dessert arrives, an elaborate chocolate creation that no one touches, I'm fighting back tears of frustration. Wyatt has been nearly silent throughout the meal, examining Tyler's evidence with an inscrutable expression.
Well,
Tyler finally says, pushing back from the table,
I think I've said what needed to be said. I hope you'll reconsider your relationship with this woman, Uncle Wyatt, for your own safety.
Wyatt looks up from the papers, his expression grave.
Yes, I believe I have all the information I need to make a decision.
My heart sinks. Does he believe Tyler's lies? Has our plan failed completely? Tyler stands, smoothing his suit jacket with a satisfied air.
I should be going early meeting tomorrow.
Actually,
Wyatt says, his voice suddenly cold and clear.
I'd like you to stay for one more drink, Tyler. There's something important we need to discuss.
Tyler hesitates, then nods.
Of course, Uncle.
We move to the study, Wyatt's private sanctuary, lined with leather-bound books and rich, dark wood. It smells of aged paper and expensive cologne. Here, more than anywhere else in the penthouse, Wyatt looks like the powerful CEO that he is. He crosses to a cabinet and pulls out a decanter of amber liquid.
Scotch?
Tyler takes a seat in one of the leather armchairs, visibly relaxed now that he thinks he's won.
Please.
I hover uncertainly by the doorway, not sure of my role now that our original plan has derailed.
Carrie, join us.
Wyatt says, gesturing to the chair opposite Tyler's. I sit stiffly, watching as Wyatt pours 3 glasses of scotch. He hands one to Tyler, one to me, and keeps the third for himself.
A toast.
Wyatt says, raising his glass.
To family and to truth.
Tyler smirks, raising his glass in turn.
To truth.
I say nothing, the glass cold in my hand. Wyatt takes a small sip, then sets his glass down on the desk.
You know, Tyler, there's something fascinating about evidence.
Tyler raises an eyebrow. Oh.
Yes, it can be so compelling, so convincing.
Wyatt opens a drawer and pulls out a small device.
Especially when it's authentic.
He presses a button, and suddenly Tyler's voice fills the room.
The old man's getting suspicious. I need to move the timeline up. No, listen to me. I've already got the poison. It's untraceable if administered correctly. Small doses over time, that's the key. It'll look like natural causes, heart failure, maybe. No one will question it. By this time next month, I'll be running Sorinas Group, and you'll get your cut, just as we agreed.
The color drains from Tyler's face as the recording continues, detailing his plans to murder Wyatt in clinical detail. When the recording ends, the silence in the room is deafening.
Where did you get that?
Tyler finally whispers, his voice hoarse.
Your office isn't as secure as you think.
Wyatt says coldly.
Neither is your apartment, or your car. You see, Tyler, while you were busy fabricating evidence against Carrie, we were gathering real evidence against you.
Tyler's shock quickly morphs into rage. He jumps to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at me.
This is a setup. She put you up to this.
Sit down.
Wyatt commands, his voice like steel. Tyler remains standing, his breathing rapid, eyes darting around the room like a cornered animal.
You don't understand. She's manipulating you, Uncle Wyatt. Everything I've done for the good of the company.
Including plotting to murder me?
Wyatt asks, his tone dangerously quiet.
That recording is fake.
Tyler insists. It's been doctored, if you just dot.
Enough!
Wyatt slams his hand on the desk.
It's over, Tyler. The police have copies of everything. The recordings, your research into poisons, your communications with your accomplice. They're waiting outside to arrest you.
Tyler goes very still, his face a mask of disbelief. Then, with horrifying suddenness, he lunges for me, his hands outstretched like claws.
You.
He screams.
This is all your fault.
I barely have time to gasp before he's on me, his weight knocking me backward in the chair. His hands find my throat, squeezing with desperate strength. Black spots dance before my eyes as I claw at his grip, struggling for air. Through the roaring in my ears, I hear Wyatt shouting, feel the impact as he tackles Tyler away from me. I roll to the side, gasping and coughing, my vision blurry with tears of pain. When I can focus again, I see them struggling by the desk, Wyatt trying to restrain Tyler, who fights with the strength of a man with nothing left to lose.
Security!
Wyatt shouts, dodging a wild punch from his nephew, but Tyler is beyond reason now. He breaks free of Wyatt's grip and grabs the forgotten glass of scotch from the desk. With a savage smile, he throws the contents directly in Wyatt's face. Wyatt staggers back, wiping at his eyes, momentarily blinded. Tyler seizes the opportunity, grabbing a heavy crystal paperweight from the desk and raising it high, ready to bring it crashing down on Wyatt's head. Time seems to slow down. I see it all with crystal clarity, Tyler's face contorted with hate, Wyatt vulnerable and unseeing, the heavy crystal poised to deliver a fatal blow. Without thinking, I lunge forward, throwing myself between them. The paperweight connects with my shoulder instead of Wyatt's skull, sending a bolt of white-hot pain through my body. I cry out, falling to my knees, but manage to wrap my arms around Tyler's legs, throwing him off balance. He crashes to the floor beside me, the paperweight rolling away across the polished wood. Before he can recover, Wyatt is there, pinning him down with a knee to his back, wrenching his arms behind him. The study door bursts open as security finally arrives, followed closely by police officers with weapons drawn.
Here!
Wyatt shouts.
Take him!
2 officers rush forward to handcuff Tyler, who continues to struggle and shout accusations even as they drag him to his feet. Another officer kneels beside me, where I've slumped against the desk, my shoulder throbbing with pain.
Ma'am, are you all right? Do you need medical attention?
I shake my head, though the room seems to be spinning slightly. I'm okay, just bruised, I think. Wyatt is suddenly beside me, his face pale with concern.
Carrie, let me see.
His gentle fingers probe my shoulder, making me wince.
We need to get you checked out. That could be broken.
I'm fine, I insist, though the pain suggests otherwise. What about you?
It's just scotch.
He says grimly as he wipes at the remaining liquid on his face. As the police lead a still ranting Tyler from the room, Wyatt helps me to my feet, supporting me with an arm around my waist.
It's over,
he murmurs, pressing his lips to my temple.
You did it. You saved me, again.
I lean into him, exhausted but relieved beyond measure. We did it, together. Outside the study, we can hear the commotion of police securing the scene, collecting evidence, taking statements. There will be questions to answer, procedures to follow. The night is far from over. As I take comfort in Wyatt's protective embrace, I'm struck by a profound realization. I've changed the future. The nightmare I lived through in another timeline, Tyler murdering Wyatt, framing me, destroying everything I cared about, will never come to pass now. For the first time since waking up 3 years in the past, I feel the weight of fate lifting from my shoulders. The future isn't written anymore. It's ours to create, one choice at a time. What happens now? I ask softly, looking up at Wyatt's face, strong, alive, and gazing at me with an emotion I hardly dare name. He brushes a strand of hair from my face, his touch infinitely tender.
Now, we write our own story. Together.
And despite the chaos around us, despite the incredible pain in my shoulder and the bruises forming on my throat, I smile. Because this time, our story will have a very different ending. Chapter 10. Public Exposure. The morning light filters through the hospital blinds, painting stripes of gold across the starched white sheets. I blink awake, momentarily disoriented by the antiseptic smell and the steady beep of monitors. My shoulder throbs dully beneath a layer of bandages, a small price to pay for what we'd accomplished last night.
Hey, you're awake.
Wyatt's voice draws my attention to the chair beside my bed. He looks exhausted, dark circles shadowing his eyes, his usually impeccable appearance rumpled from a night spent in the uncomfortable hospital chair. Somehow, he's never looked more handsome to me. "You stayed," I murmur, my voice raspy from the bruising around my throat. He reaches for my hand, his fingers warm as they entwine with mine.
Of course I stayed. Where else would I be?
The simple question brings unexpected tears to my eyes. In my previous life, that other timeline that now feels like a fading nightmare, no one had ever chosen to stay with me when things got difficult. Not my family, not Tyler, not even friends who drifted away when I fell from social grace.
The doctors say you have a fractured clavicle.
Wyatt continues, his thumb tracing circles on the back of my hand.
But no permanent damage. You were lucky.
We both were, I reply, memories of last night flooding back. Tyler's face twisted with rage as he lunged for me, the crystal paperweight aimed at Wyatt's head, the split-second decision to throw myself between them. What happened after they took Tyler away? Wyatt's expression hardens slightly.
He's in custody. No bail. The evidence against him is overwhelming, not just the recordings and the poison research, but his attack on you in front of witnesses. He's facing assault charges, among other things.
I nod, relief washing through me. Tyler is contained. The future I'd lived through where he murdered Wyatt and framed me will never happen now. And the company? I ask, knowing how deeply Wyatt cares for Sorinas Group and its employees.
The board called an emergency meeting for this afternoon.
He sighs, rubbing his temple.
I've been fielding calls all night. Tyler's arrest will become public knowledge today. There's no avoiding it.
I squeeze his hand. I'm sorry. I know this will be difficult for the company.
Don't be.
His gaze is intense, firm.
You have nothing to apologize for, Carrie. You saved my life. Twice now, by my count. Once when you tried to warn me after refusing Tyler's proposal, and again last night when you took that blow meant for me.
Heat rises to my cheeks at his words. I couldn't let him hurt you. Not again.
Again.
Wyatt repeats softly, shaking his head in wonder.
I still struggle to wrap my mind around it sometimes, this other timeline you lived through. But after everything that's happened, how could I not believe you?
A nurse enters the room, interrupting our moment. She checks my vitals, adjusts my IV, and informs us that the doctor will be by shortly to discuss my discharge.
Ms. Donovan,
she adds before leaving,
there are police officers waiting to take your statement when you're feeling up to it.
I nod, though anxiety flutters in my stomach. What would I tell them? The truth about time travel would sound insane. Wyatt and I had agreed to keep that part of the story between ourselves.
I'll be right there with you,
Wyatt promises, reading my concern. After the nurse leaves, he pulls his chair closer to my bed.
There's something else you should know. The press has already gotten wind of what happened last night.
My heart sinks. How bad is it?
It's complicated.
He runs a hand through his already disheveled hair.
Tyler's being portrayed as the privileged heir who snapped when his inheritance was threatened. There are photos of you being brought to the hospital. They're calling you the mystery woman who exposed the plot.
Photos? I echo, dismayed. The idea of being thrust into the spotlight now makes me uneasy.
My PR team is working on it.
Wyatt assures me.
But there's going to be media attention, Carrie. I can't shield you from that entirely.
Before I can respond, my hospital room door opens again. This time, it's two detectives, a stern-looking woman with salt and pepper hair and a younger man with watchful eyes. Behind them hovers a harried doctor, clipboard in hand.
Ms. Donovan,
The female detective begins.
I'm Detective Rivera, and this is my partner, Detective Alvarez. We need to ask you some questions about last night's events.
What follows is an exhausting hour of detailed questioning. With Wyatt's steady presence beside me, I recount everything. How Tyler had threatened me after I refused his proposal, how I'd tried to warn Wyatt about Tyler's dangerous ambitions, and how last night's dinner had turned violent when Tyler was confronted with evidence of his crimes. I carefully omit any mention of time travel or my knowledge of a future that will now never come to pass. Instead, I explain that I'd grown suspicious of Tyler based on things he'd said during our relationship, comments about Wyatt's wealth, about how he deserved to run the company, about how he'd do whatever it takes to get what he felt entitled to.
And you believed Mr. Sorinas was in genuine danger?
Detective Rivera asks, her pen poised over her notepad. Yes, I say firmly. Tyler is calculating, obsessed with power. When he couldn't control me anymore, he tried to destroy me. I was afraid of what he might do to anyone who stood between him and what he wanted. Detective Alvarez leans forward.
And what exactly was your relationship with the elder Mr. Sorinas before all this?
I feel heat creep into my cheeks. Wyatt's hand finds mine again, a silent show of support. We met after I tried to warn him about Tyler, I say carefully. There was an accident, I was injured, and Mr. Sorinas helped me. We became close. The detectives exchange a glance I can't quite interpret.
We have reason to believe Tyler Sorinas was planning to poison his uncle,
Detective Rivera states.
Do you have any knowledge of that?
Again, I stick as close to the truth as possible without revealing my impossible time travel. I overheard Tyler once, on a phone call, talking about untraceable methods and inheritances. I didn't understand what it meant at the time, but looking back, I let my voice trail off, shaking my head. By the time the detectives finish their questioning, I'm exhausted. The doctor, who has been waiting impatiently, steps forward to examine me and pronounce me fit for discharge, provided I rest and return for follow-up appointments.
I have a press conference scheduled for 3 o'clock.
Wyatt tells me as the doctor writes out prescriptions for pain medication.
The board meeting is right before that. I need to get to the office, but I'll have my driver take you to my penthouse. Unless, would you prefer to go somewhere else?
The question hangs in the air between us. After everything we've been through, all the truths laid bare, we haven't actually discussed what comes next for us. No, I say, meeting his gaze. I'd like to go to your place if that's okay. Relief softens his features.
More than okay.
The Sorinas Group headquarters buzzes with tension as Wyatt strides through the lobby. I follow a step behind, self-conscious in the simple dress and cardigan that Wyatt's assistant had brought to the hospital for me. My arm rests in a sling, and concealer can only partially hide the bruises on my throat. Every employee we pass stares openly, whispering behind hands as soon as we're past.
You didn't have to come.
Wyatt murmurs as we step into his private elevator.
You should be resting.
I need to be here, I reply, squaring my shoulders despite the pain. I'm not hiding anymore, Wyatt. Not from Tyler, not from the truth, and not from whatever happens next. His expression softens.
Have I told you today how remarkable you are?
The elevator doors open directly into the executive suite. Wyatt's assistant, a sharply dressed woman named Vivian, greets us with professional calm despite the extraordinary circumstances.
The board is assembled in the main conference room,
she informs Wyatt.
And, sir, they've requested to speak with Ms. Donovan as well.
Wyatt frowns.
That wasn't part of the agenda.
It was added this morning,
Vivian replies, handing him a tablet with the updated meeting outline.
After the police report was filed,
Wyatt scans the document, his frown deepening.
They can't possibly think that Carrie...
It's fine, I interject, though my heart pounds against my ribs. I'll speak to them. The boardroom falls silent as we enter. 12 people, 10 men and 2 women, all in expensive suits, sit around a massive table of polished mahogany. Their faces range from openly curious to thinly veiled hostility.
Wyatt.
A gray-haired man at the far end of the table acknowledges.
And Ms. Donovan, thank you for joining us during what must be a difficult time.
Wyatt guides me to a seat beside his at the head of the table.
This is Gerald Hoffman, our chairman of the board.
He explains to me before addressing the room.
I believe you're all aware of the events that transpired last night at my residence. My nephew, Tyler, has been arrested for attempting to murder me and for assaulting Ms. Donovan when she intervened.
Murmurs ripple around the table. Gerald Hoffman clears his throat.
The board has reviewed the police report, Wyatt. The allegations are disturbing, to say the least. Tyler has been with this company since he graduated college. He's been groomed as your successor.
A role he apparently was impatient to assume.
Wyatt replies coldly.
What concerns the board,
a sharp-featured woman interjects,
is the potential damage to our reputation. The Sorinas name is our brand. A public scandal involving murder plots and family betrayal could devastate shareholder confidence.
Which is precisely why I've called a press conference for this afternoon.
Wyatt says.
We need to control the narrative, Margaret. Be transparent about what happened while emphasizing that the company remains stable and secure.
And what about her?
Another board member nods toward me, not bothering to address me directly.
Who exactly is she, and what role did she play in all this? The tabloids are already spinning wild theories.
I feel Wyatt tense beside me. Before he can respond, I straighten in my chair and address the board myself. My name is Carrie Donovan. I dated Tyler Sorinas until I realized the kind of man he truly was. When I discovered he might pose a threat to Mr. Sorinas, I tried to warn him. Last night, when Tyler attacked Mr. Sorinas, I intervened. That's the extent of my role in this situation. My voice is steadier than I feel, the practiced calm of someone who has already lived through worse than a roomful of suspicious executives.
And your relationship with Wyatt now?
Margaret asks bluntly.
The optics of this situation are complicated, to put it mildly.
My personal life is not relevant to this discussion.
Wyatt cuts in, his tone brooking no argument.
What is relevant is that Ms. Donovan saved my life at significant risk to her own. The evidence against Tyler is irrefutable. Recorded confessions, documented research into untraceable poisons, and his violent assault witnessed by multiple people, including law enforcement.
He stands, placing both hands on the table and leaning forward slightly.
I understand your concerns about the company's reputation. I share them. But I will not allow a false narrative to be constructed that questions Ms. Donovan's integrity or motives. Without her, I would likely be dead, and Tyler would be sitting in this very chair, controlling this company through the most heinous means imaginable.
The boardroom falls silent. I stare at Wyatt, a lump forming in my throat at his fierce defense.
The press conference,
he continues, straightening.
I intend to be fully transparent about Tyler's crimes, while emphasizing that Sorinas Group remains stable and secure under my continued leadership. Ms. Donovan will be acknowledged publicly for her courage and insight. Any questions?
The meeting continues for another 30 minutes, discussing the legal ramifications, the company's stock price, and contingency plans for damage control. Throughout it all, Wyatt remains resolute, fielding questions with the assurance of a man who has led a multi-billion-dollar corporation for decades. When we finally exit the boardroom, Wyatt guides me into his private office and closes the door. His shoulders slump slightly once we're alone, the only visible sign of the strain he's under.
Are you all right?
He asks, his gaze sweeping over me with concern.
That was more intense than I expected.
I'm fine, I assure him, though my shoulder throbs and exhaustion pulls at me. What about you? You just discovered your nephew was plotting to murder you, and now you have to address the world about it. A mirthless laugh escapes him.
When you put it like that.
He crosses to the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the city.
The press is already gathering downstairs. This will be a media circus.
I join him at the window, our reflections ghostly overlays against the cityscape beyond. What will you tell them?
The truth,
he says simply.
Or as much of it as I can. Tyler's crimes, his arrest, the company's stability, and you, your courage, your integrity.
I shake my head. You don't need to mention me.
Yes, I do.
He turns to face me, his expression earnest.
Carrie, you've lived in the shadows once before. Vilified, disbelieved, cast aside. I won't let that happen again. Not this time.
His words strike a chord so deep within me that tears spring to my eyes. In my previous life, that other timeline that grows more distant with each passing day, I'd been systematically destroyed. My reputation shredded, my credibility questioned, my very freedom threatened, when Tyler framed me for Wyatt's murder. I'm scared, I admit in a whisper. Not of Tyler anymore, but of what comes next. The media attention, the speculation, the scrutiny. I never wanted any of that. Wyatt takes my free hand, his touch gentle but grounding.
I know, and I wish I could shield you from it completely. But I promise you won't face it alone. Not this time.
Not this time. The phrase echoes between us, acknowledgement of the second chance we've both been granted, though only I remember the first. His intercom buzzes.
Mr. Sorinas, they're ready for you in the press room.
Wyatt sighs, then straightens his tie.
Ready?
I nod, drawing strength from his presence. Ready? The press conference is every bit the circus Wyatt predicted. Cameras flash like lightning as we enter the room, reporters shouting questions before Wyatt even reaches the podium. I stand slightly to the side, my arm in its sling a visible reminder of last night's violence. Wyatt raises his hands for silence, and remarkably, the room quiets. There's something commanding about his presence, an authority that doesn't need to be loud to be heard.
Thank you all for coming.
He begins, his voice steady.
I've called this press conference to address the events that occurred last night at my residence, resulting in the arrest of my nephew, Tyler Sorinas.
What follows is a carefully measured account of Tyler's crimes, the plot to poison Wyatt, the evidence gathered against him, and his violent attack when confronted. Wyatt is direct, but not sensationalistic, acknowledging the gravity of the situation while emphasizing that justice is being served.
While this is undeniably a difficult time for my family,
he continues,
Sorinas Group remains strong and stable. Our leadership team is intact, our business operations continue uninterrupted, and our commitment to our shareholders, employees, and customers remains unwavering.
A reporter calls out,
Mr. Sorinas, what about the woman who exposed the plot? Who is she?
Wyatt's gaze finds mine, a silent question in his eyes. I give him a small nod, permission to bring me into the light.
This is Carrie Donovan,
Wyatt says, extending his hand to me. I step forward to stand beside him, heart hammering against my ribs.
Ms. Donovan showed remarkable courage in bringing her concerns about Tyler's behavior to my attention. When confronted with evidence of his crimes, Tyler attacked both of us. Ms. Donovan was injured, protecting me from what could have been a fatal blow.
Cameras flash frantically, capturing the image of us standing together, Wyatt tall and commanding, me with my visible injuries but standing straight nonetheless.
Ms. Donovan,
a female reporter calls out,
what was your relationship with Tyler Sorinas? How did you know about his plans?
A hush falls over the room as all attention shifts to me. I take a deep breath, acutely aware that my words now will shape public perception going forward. I used to date Tyler, I begin, my voice steady despite my racing heart. I ended our relationship when I recognized concerning patterns in his behavior, a sense of entitlement, a willingness to harm others to get what he wanted. When I realized he might pose a threat to Mr. Sorinas, I felt obligated to warn him.
And now?
Another reporter presses.
What is your relationship with Wyatt Sorinas?
I feel Wyatt tense slightly beside me. This is the question we knew would come, the implication that I'd somehow orchestrated Tyler's downfall for my own gain. Mr. Sorinas and I connected through extraordinary circumstances, I say carefully. He showed me kindness when I was vulnerable, and I helped him when he was in danger. Beyond that, our personal relationship is not relevant to the criminal case against Tyler Sorinas. Wyatt smoothly redirects the questioning back to the company's stability and the legal proceedings against Tyler. He fields each question with practiced ease, neither revealing too much nor appearing to withhold information. As the press conference winds down, a final reporter calls out,
"Mr. Sorinas, do you have any message for your nephew now?"
Wyatt pauses, considering the question. The room falls silent, waiting.
I trusted Tyler,
he finally says, his voice containing a note of genuine sadness beneath its strength.
I mentored him, supported him, and believed in his potential. His betrayal is profoundly disappointing. But what saddens me most is not his betrayal of me, but his betrayal of himself, of the man he could have been if ambition hadn't poisoned his character.
He straightens, his expression resolute.
As for a message, justice will be served through proper legal channels. Sorinas Group will continue to thrive, and I am profoundly grateful to be alive, thanks to the courage and integrity of Ms. Donovan.
With that, he concludes the press conference. Security clears a path for us through the clamoring reporters, escorting us to a waiting car with tinted windows. Once inside the sanctuary of the vehicle, Wyatt loosens his tie with a heavy exhale.
You were magnificent,
he tells me, genuine admiration in his voice. So were you, I reply, leaning back against the leather seat, suddenly exhausted. The adrenaline that had carried me through the day is fading, leaving bone-deep weariness in its wake. As the car pulls away from the curb, I watch the crowd of reporters recede through the rear window. My face will be on every news channel tonight, my name in headlines tomorrow. There's no going back to anonymity now. But as Wyatt's hand finds mine, fingers intertwining, I realize I don't want to go back. Not to hiding, not to fear, not to the shadows where Tyler once pushed me. This new timeline, this second chance, isn't just about preventing Wyatt's murder. It's about reclaiming the life that was stolen from me.
What are you thinking?
Wyatt asks softly, studying my face. That I'm tired of running, I answer honestly. Tired of being afraid. In my other life, after Tyler framed me, I spent years looking over my shoulder, doubting myself, wondering if anyone would ever believe the truth. Wyatt squeezes my hand.
And now?
Now, I say, meeting his gaze, I want to step into the light. Whatever comes next, the media attention, the speculation, all of it, I'll face it. Because the alternative is letting fear win again. Something shifts in Wyatt's expression, pride mingled with something deeper, warmer.
Carrie Donovan,
he says, my name like a prayer on his lips.
You are the most courageous person I've ever known.
Before I can respond, he leans across the space between us and kisses me, a gentle press of lips that deepens as I respond. His hand cradles my face with exquisite tenderness, mindful of my injuries yet unable to hold back any longer. When we part, both slightly breathless, the world outside seems to have fallen away. There is only this moment, this man, this second chance I never expected to have.
I want you in my life,
Wyatt says simply, his forehead resting against mine.
Not as someone I rescued or someone who rescued me, but as a partner, equal in every way. I know it's complicated, the media attention, the timing, all of it, but I don't want to waste another day pretending my feelings for you aren't real.
Tears prick my eyes, but they're tears of a joy so profound it borders on pain. In my old timeline, I'd lost everything: my reputation, my freedom, and eventually my life when Tyler's frame-up succeeded. Now, impossibly, I've been granted not just a second chance at survival, but at happiness. I want that too, I whisper against his lips. A partnership, a future together. I pull back slightly to meet his gaze. No more secrets, no more fear, no more living in the shadow of what might have been. As our car winds through the city streets toward Wyatt's penthouse, I feel something I haven't felt in years: hope, blooming bright and fierce within my chest. The road ahead won't be easy: Tyler's trial, media scrutiny, the inevitable questions about our relationship, but for the first time, I'm not facing it alone. This time, I have Wyatt beside me. This time, the truth has prevailed. This time, I've rewritten not just Wyatt's fate, but my own. And this time, I intend to make every moment count. Chapter 11. Happily Ever After. 6 months after Tyler's arrest, I stand at the edge of Wyatt's, our rooftop garden, watching the sunset paint the sky in strokes of amber and rose. The evening air carries the scent of jasmine and the distant hum of the city below. My shoulder has long since healed, though it still aches sometimes before rain, a physical reminder of how close we came to losing everything. I wrap my cardigan tighter around myself as a cool breeze rustles through the potted trees. This garden, a lush oasis 30 stories above the urban sprawl, has become my sanctuary. Wyatt created it for me when I mentioned once, casually, how much I missed having green spaces after moving from my friend Daisy's suburban apartment to his downtown penthouse. That's the kind of man he is: observant, thoughtful, transforming offhand wishes into reality.
There you are.
I turn at the sound of his voice, a smile already forming on my lips. Wyatt stands by the glass doors leading back into the penthouse, his suit jacket discarded, tie loosened, sleeves rolled up to expose his forearms. Even after months together, the sight of him still sends a pleasant flutter through my chest. "Just watching the sunset," I say, as he crosses the terrace to join me. "How was the board meeting?" He slips an arm around my waist, and I lean into his warmth.
Productive. The quarterly numbers exceeded projections, and the new healthcare initiative is moving forward ahead of schedule.
And the board members? Are they still giving you sidelong glances when my name comes up? Wyatt chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest.
Most of them have come around. Your work with the Sorinas Foundation has impressed even Margaret, which I once would have thought impossible.
I smile at that. After the media frenzy surrounding Tyler's arrest and the subsequent trial had subsided, I'd found myself at loose ends, uncertain of my place in this new world I'd helped create. When Wyatt suggested I take over the charitable arm of Sorinas Group, I'd been hesitant, worried about nepotism accusations. But the foundation had been neglected for years, and I discovered a passion for directing resources to causes that actually made a difference: women's shelters, education initiatives for underprivileged youth, mental health support programs.
I've been thinking,
Wyatt says, his gaze following mine to the horizon, where the last sliver of sun is slipping away.
Maybe it's time for a change.
I turn to look at him, trying to read his expression in the fading light. What kind of change? He takes a deep breath, as if preparing himself.
I've been running Sorinas Group for nearly 20 years, built it from a modest regional company into a global enterprise, and I'm proud of that work. But lately I've been asking myself, what's next? What do I want the next chapter to look like?
A faint unease stirs within me. In my original timeline, Wyatt never got to see his company's continued growth. He was murdered before he could consider retirement or succession planning. Now, hearing him talk about stepping back sends an irrational flutter of fear through me, as if tempting fate. "You're thinking of retiring?" I ask, keeping my voice neutral despite my apprehension. He shakes his head.
"Not retiring. I'm not that old yet,"
he teased.
"I'm thinking of evolving, shifting my focus to areas that matter more to me now, like the Foundation's work, which has honestly brought me more satisfaction this past 6 months than any corporate acquisition ever did."
I study his face, noting the absence of the strain that used to line his eyes after long days at the office. "You're serious about this?"
"I'm serious about us,"
he corrects gently.
"About building a life that's meaningful, not just successful. Tyler's betrayal."
He pauses, still finding it difficult to speak of his nephew's crimes.
"It made me reevaluate everything. What good is all this wealth and power if I'm too busy to enjoy it with the people who matter? If I'm not using it to make a genuine difference?"
His words resonate deeply within me. Before my inexplicable journey back in time, I'd been living a half-life, trapped in a loveless marriage to a man who ultimately tried to destroy me. Now, against all odds, I've been given a second chance. A chance not just to survive, but to thrive. "What are you proposing exactly?" I ask, curious where his thoughts are leading. Wyatt turns to face me fully, taking both my hands in his. The city lights behind him create a halo effect around his silhouette as darkness settles over the garden.
"I want to restructure the company. Promote Vivian to COO, she's more than ready. Move more resources to the Foundation. Maybe start new initiatives we can work on together."
His thumbs trace circles on the backs of my hands.
"And I want us to travel. Not just business trips, but real adventures. There's so much of the world I haven't seen because I've been too busy building an empire."
The vulnerability in his expression takes my breath away. This powerful man, who commands boardrooms and manages billions, is looking at me like I hold the key to his happiness. "That sounds wonderful," I say softly, "but are you sure? The company has been your life for so long."
"The company will continue to thrive," he assures me. "But I've realized something important, Carrie. Life is fragile, unpredictable. You taught me that."
His expression grows solemn.
"When you told me about that other timeline, the one where Tyler succeeded, where I never got to see another sunset or hold you in my arms, it changed something fundamental in how I see the world."
A lump forms in my throat. We rarely speak explicitly about the time travel aspect of our story, that impossible second chance that brought us together. It's too strange, too sacred somehow.
"I keep thinking about that other Wyatt,"
he continues, his voice hushed.
"The one who never knew what was coming, who never got to make different choices. I don't want to waste the chance he never had."
Tears prick at my eyes. I reach up to touch his face, tracing the strong line of his jaw. Neither do I. He turns his head to press a kiss to my palm.
"There's something else I've been thinking about."
"Oh?" Wyatt steps back slightly, still holding one of my hands.
"Wait here a moment."
He disappears inside, returning moments later with a small wooden box that looks antique. My heart begins to race as he rejoins me by the garden's edge, the city lights now twinkling below us like earthbound stars.
"This belonged to my grandmother,"
he says, his voice taking on a reverent quality.
"My grandfather gave it to her on their 25th anniversary, but the contents are new."
My breath catches as he opens the box, revealing a ring unlike any I've seen before. Not the ostentatious diamond Tyler had once presented with calculated publicity, but something more unique, a deep blue sapphire surrounded by smaller stones set in an intricate vintage pattern. "It's beautiful," I whisper, transfixed by how the gems catch the fading light.
"Like you,"
Wyatt replies, his eyes holding mine.
"Carrie, these past 6 months have been the happiest of my life. Despite the media scrutiny, despite Tyler's trial, despite all the complications, waking up beside you each morning has been a gift I never knew to wish for."
He takes the ring from its velvet nest, holding it between us.
In your other life, you made a choice that led to years of pain and regret. In this one, I'm asking you to make a different choice. One I hope will lead to joy and partnership and a future brighter than either of us could create alone.
My vision blurs with tears as he drops to one knee before me on the garden terrace. The gesture is so traditional, so unexpectedly earnest from this modern man of power, that it steals my breath.
Carrie Donovan,
He says, his voice steady despite the emotion shining in his eyes.
will you marry me?
Time seems to stand still as the question hangs between us. In this suspended moment, I see flashes of that other life, the cold, calculating proposal from Tyler in a crowded restaurant, the cameras capturing my stunned acceptance, the years of emptiness that followed as I slowly realized the terrible bargain I'd made. But this is different in every way that matters. This is real. This is love offered freely, without manipulation or hidden agenda. This is a chance to truly begin again. Yes, I whisper, then louder, yes, Wyatt, yes. He slides the ring onto my finger, where it sits as if it had always belonged there. Then he rises and draws me into his arms, his kiss tasting of promise and possibility. When we finally part, both breathless and smiling, I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. The heart that, in another lifetime, had stopped beating far too soon. The heart that now beats alongside mine, creating a future neither of us had dared imagine.
What are you thinking?
Wyatt asks, his fingers gently combing through my hair. I smile, watching how my ring catches the light of the emerging stars above us, that some mistakes are worth fixing, even if it takes bending the very fabric of time to do it. The Tyler Sorinas trial became national news, a cautionary tale of privilege and ambition taken to deadly extremes. I attended each day, sitting behind the prosecution, meeting Tyler's hateful glares with calm resolve. No longer the frightened woman who once walked on eggshells around him, I testified clearly and confidently about his threats, his manipulation, his violence. The evidence was overwhelming. The recordings Wyatt had gathered, the documentation of Tyler's poison research, the multiple eyewitness accounts of his attack, all of it painted a damning picture that no expensive legal team could obscure. When the guilty verdict came down, I felt no triumph, only relief. This chapter was finally closing. The alternate future where Tyler succeeded now, nothing more than a fading nightmare. My parents reached out during the trial, having seen me on the news. The conversation was awkward, strained by 3 years of estrangement after I'd refused Tyler's first proposal. They expressed regret for pressuring me, for valuing status and connection above my happiness. I accepted their apology, but maintained boundaries. Some relationships I've learned are better kept at a distance. Others, however, grow stronger through adversity. My friendship with Daisy deepened as she stood by me through the media frenzy, fiercely protective and unfailingly supportive. And unexpected alliances formed. Vivian, Wyatt's assistant turned COO, became a valued friend and confidant as we worked together to reshape Sorinas Group from within. But the most profound transformation was within myself. The woman who had awakened 3 years in the past, given an impossible second chance, bears little resemblance to the one standing here today. I am stronger now, more certain of my worth, unafraid to claim space in the world. Our wedding is nothing like what it would have been had I married Tyler. No elaborate society affair with hundreds of guests I barely know. No media circus, though several outlets try to secure exclusive coverage rights. Instead, we choose a private ceremony at Wyatt's, our lakeside retreat, with only our closest friends in attendance. Morning mist still clings to the water's surface as I stand before the full-length mirror in the cabin's main bedroom. My dress is simple ivory silk that falls in clean lines to the floor, my hair adorned with small white flowers instead of an elaborate veil. The sapphire ring on my finger provides the traditional something blue, complemented by vintage pearl earrings that were Wyatt's gift this morning. A knock at the door draws my attention. "Come in," I call, expecting Daisy with the bouquet. Instead, it's Wyatt who enters, handsome in his charcoal suit, his eyes widening as they take me in.
"I know it's supposed to be bad luck,"
he says, a smile playing at his lips.
"but I couldn't wait any longer to see you."
I cross to him, taking his hands in mine. "I think we've had enough bad luck for several lifetimes. Besides," I add with a smile, "I'm not superstitious anymore, just grateful." His expression softens as he tucks a strand of hair behind my ear.
"You look breathtaking."
"So do you." I straighten his tie, though it doesn't need it. "Nervous?"
"Not even slightly."
He answers with such certainty that warmth blooms in my chest.
"This is the easiest decision I've ever made."
The ceremony itself is brief but meaningful. We exchange vows beneath an arch of wildflowers overlooking the lake, the morning sun now burning away the mist to reveal a perfect blue sky. Our words to each other are honest, acknowledging the extraordinary journey that brought us together without revealing its impossible nature to our guests.
"You saved me in ways I'm still discovering,"
Wyatt says, his voice steady as he slides a simple gold band onto my finger to join the sapphire engagement ring.
"You showed me a future worth fighting for, a love worth rearranging my entire life around. I promise to honor that gift every day, to build something with you that neither of us could create alone."
When it's my turn, emotions nearly overwhelm me, but I find my voice. In another life, I made choices based on fear and pressure and others' expectations. With you, I choose differently. I choose love, partnership, and the courage to create our own path. I promise to remember each day how precious this chance is, how rare and beautiful the gift of beginning again. There's a moment after we're pronounced husband and wife, as we turn to face our small gathering of friends, when time seems to slow down again. The sunlight dances across the lake's surface, birds call to one another from the surrounding trees, and Wyatt's hand is warm and solid in mine. This moment, perfect, ordinary, miraculous, could never have existed in that other timeline. Yet here we are, defying fate, writing a new story together. The celebration that follows is joyful and relaxed. We feast on excellent food, drink fine wine, dance under strings of lights as evening falls. There are toasts from Daisy and from Wyatt's oldest friend, a fellow CEO who marvels at how love has finally domesticated the notorious workaholic. Later, as the party continues around us, Wyatt and I steal away to the dock that extends into the lake. The water stretches dark and still before us, reflecting the moon and stars above. In the distance, we can hear music and laughter from our guests, but here, it's just us.
"Happy?"
Wyatt asks, his arm around my waist as we stand at the dock's edge. I nod, leaning into him. More than I ever imagined possible. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment, contemplating the vast sky above us, and all that brought us to this point.
"Do you ever wonder,"
Wyatt asks quietly,
"why it happened? The time travel, I mean. Why you? Why then?"
It's a question I've asked myself countless times over the past 9 months. I used to think it was just to save you, to stop Tyler and prevent that tragedy. But now, I turn to face him, tracing the beloved contours of his face with my gaze. Now I think it was for both of us. For this.
"A second chance at happiness,"
he murmurs, drawing me closer. Not just happiness, I correct gently. Purpose, connection, the chance to build something meaningful together. As if to emphasize my point, a shooting star streaks across the night sky, its brilliant arc reflecting in the still water below. We both make silent wishes, unnecessary perhaps, given how many have already come true, but a gesture of hope for the future stretching before us.
We should head back.
Wyatt says eventually, though he makes no move to leave our peaceful sanctuary.
They'll be wondering where the bride and groom have disappeared to.
Let them wonder, I reply with a smile, rising on tiptoes to kiss him. We've earned this moment. His answering kiss is tender at first, then deepens with a passion that still takes my breath away. When we finally part, both a little dazed, the sounds of the party seem even more distant, as if we've created our own private world here by the water's edge.
Mrs. Sorinas.
Wyatt says with playful formality, offering me his arm.
Shall we return to our guests?
I take his arm, savoring the newness of my married name, chosen this time with love rather than ambition. Lead the way, Mr. Sorinas. As we walk back along the moonlit path, I think of all the diverging timelines, all the possible futures that flow from each choice we make. In one of those timelines, I said yes to Tyler that first time, setting in motion years of misery and ultimately, death. In this one, I found the courage to say no, to forge a different path. The butterfly effect, one small change creating ripples that transform everything that follows. Tomorrow, Wyatt and I will leave for our honeymoon, 3 months of travel to places neither of us has seen before. The foundation is in good hands with our newly expanded team, and Vivian is more than capable of running Serena's group in Wyatt's partial absence. We've structured our lives to prioritize what matters most: time together, meaningful work, genuine connections. When we return, we'll move forward with our plans to expand the foundation's work, perhaps start a family of our own. The future stretches before us, unwritten but full of promise. As we rejoin our celebration, warmly welcomed back by our friends, I'm struck by a profound sense of rightness. Whatever cosmic force or quantum accident sent me back in time gave me this impossible second chance. I've honored the gift. I've changed not just my fate, but Wyatt's, and in some small way, perhaps the world's. Life isn't perfect. There are still challenges, still difficult days. The press still occasionally runs stories about the woman who exposed Tyler Sorinas, and sometimes I still wake from nightmares of that other timeline. But those shadows are growing fainter with each passing day, replaced by the vibrant reality of the life we're building together. Later that night, as Wyatt and I dance one last dance under the stars, I rest my head against his chest and listen to the steady beat of his heart, the heart that keeps pumping, strong and vital in this timeline, the heart that metaphorically and literally beats in tandem with my own.
What are you thinking about?
He asks softly, his chin resting atop my head. I smile, though he can't see it. That some stories deserve to be rewritten. He pulls back slightly to look into my eyes, his own alight with understanding and love.
And some love stories, it seems, are written in the stars. Time and space be damned.
As the music swells around us, I rise on tiptoes once more to kiss my husband, the man who should have died, the love I never expected to find, the partner with whom I'm creating a future brighter than either of us could have imagined alone. In my first life, I made a terrible mistake. In this one, I found the courage to choose differently. And that has made all the difference.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to Love Rewritten by Tracy Tegan. If you want to get your own copy of this book, you can get it at Amazon.